But we have I onaj dio good morning. I hope that you managed to wake up after a great party yesterday. Thank you, Henrik, for playing. It was the best part of the dinner. We are here for a special event which is linked to Inter-Energy project. I will go a little bit into the history. Some 20 years ago, I was working in Portugal, and then my boss came and she said, well, she would like to prepare a proposal about how to use hydrogen to make a renewable island. I said, well, this is a complicated issue. So I sat down and I wrote H2S, which is energy planning program that was able to calculate what has to be done in order to use hydrogen to make it 100% renewable. And then when I came back to Croatia, I was trying to write a new, better version of this software, and I tried with several PhD students, but unfortunately mechanical engineering PhD students don't like programming. So finally, we went to some other ways and used many energy planning software. But a year ago, we got this Inter-Energy project, and we managed to find an excellent guy who will talk later from Chile, who actually did what I wanted to be done. So I'm now finally happy. But for the beginning, I would like to ask Anton to introduce us to the project.
Thank you very much, Professor Duić. So today's event is actually one of the events in the course of Inter-Energy project, which we are very happy to have funded by the Croatian Science Foundation, and our goals in this project were to investigate the interrelation between different power-to-X and demand response technologies in the framework of market coupling in the energy transition. So we also aim to determine the optimal technology mix, and with such ability to model and plan energy system, we aim to avoid unnecessary technological lock-ins. This project started at the very end of 2019, and will last until the end of 2023. Principally, it's divided into 5 work packages, of which 3 are core work packages. First is, of course, data collection and analysis, the basis of any modeling of and energy planning. The second is the one that we are finishing soon, and we will talk a lot about today. It is modeling of the influence of different demand response and power-to-X technologies. And the third is market analysis for the demand response and power-to-X technologies, because once we have good results and interesting scenarios to show, we aim to bring it to the public, to bring it to the decision makers, and to find like-minded people who will help energy system to develop in this direction of low carbon and hopefully zero emission system in the future. And demand response and power-to-X technologies are crucial in that way. At this point, we are in the months, in a period between 19th and 24th month, and we have successfully completed work package 1, so we published the reports on the project's website about demand response and power-to-X technologies. Also, now we are at the very top of work package 2, modeling of power-to-X technologies, through the new energy planning tool, or redesigned energy planning tool H2S, which now also has a separate website. And in the rest of the project, we are dealing with market analysis for demand response and power-to-X technologies, dissemination of results, and we are, of course, managing it. The project work package 1, which is completed, brings the reports in Croatian also for the commercial solutions and hot prospects of demand response technologies and power-to-X technologies. Now, why is this so important? In this time of anthropogenic climate change awareness, we might say, we know that we need to make decisive moves as quickly as possible, and we need to be informed on how to handle this in various sectors. So not only in power production sector, but also in sectors like transport and industry, and also heating and cooling. So we need a tool that will be able to model the changes in demand and changes in fuel use in different sectors. We now already know that from the side of generation of electricity, the cheapest technologies will be variable renewable technologies, for example, photovoltaic and wind. But since they have a variable nature, we can encounter different situations in hourly analysis of the energy balances. So, for example, at some day, we can have a situation where we simply do not produce, we don't generate enough electricity to cover demand, and in the next day, we have low demand and we have very high production from our various technologies. So PV, wind, maybe even run-of-river. In order not to create too much overcapacity, which would be bad maybe for environment in a completely different way, through use of materials and area, of land area, for example, we need to have synergies with different sectors of energy consumption. So, with such approach, we can avoid curtailment, because we will store and then later use energy by using different energy vectors in other sectors like transport and heating. And we can use demand response technologies to reshape the demand profile. And also, as additional move, we can help the users to gain monetary benefits of sector coupling, so they can actually gain ownership of different demand response and power-to-X technologies. What would be available options for such a move? We consider for example, combining generation of energy, especially electricity, with the heat production. So in times of abundant generation of electricity, we can use power to heat to store it as hot water, which is a very cheap way of connecting to systems. Also, we can use options such as power to mobility. If we have high share of renewable energy, our electric vehicles will be charged with zero emissions energy. And also for different use in industry and some other processes which require a higher density of energy vector, we can use power to gas or power to hydrogen in some way. So for all this to happen and for us to be able to elaborate on such future scenarios, which are quite complex, we need more powerful energy software and for long-term energy planning. And we hope that we will convince you by the end of this session that now we have a very interesting software which you can also use. And we will let the principal programmer of the software to put you up to speed with it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Anton. And now I would like Felipe Feijó to present what he did in the last 9 months that he is with us on H2S. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Neven. Let me fix this. Okay, so thank you, Neven, for the introduction, and thank you everyone for coming this morning to this special session. So as Anton and Neven said, today I'm going to describe in a little bit more detail the model that we built during these past 9 to 10 months, the H2S model. So my name is Felipe Feijó, and this has been a work in collaboration with Anton, Neven, and Luca, who's sitting right there. So I had prepared some slides regarding the project, but I think Anton did a good job summarizing the goals of this. So I'm just going to skip this area. But what is important for us is basically to build a model that satisfies some special conditions, okay? And the main condition that we want to achieve is that we want to have a model that is fully open source, available for everyone to use. So from that point of view, we are using some tools and programming techniques that basically allow us to have an open source and fully access model for the whole community. So this model, which we name H2S, is in particular a linear optimization program. So it's an optimization-based model. It's not a simulation technique. With this optimization model, we basically model a long-term capacity energy planning. When I say capacity, we basically allow the model to analyze and define what are the future capacities that are needed in the energy system in terms of power technologies or power plants, heat pumps, or the different technologies that we consider in the power sector, power to heat, hydrogen, storages, and etc. So we optimize the capacity of these technologies, but additionally, we also optimize the dispatch in an earlier resolution, okay? So basically, the capacity is done yearly, in a yearly basis, in 2020, 2025, 2030. We basically have the base model from 2020 to 2050, every 5 years time steps. So every 5 years, the model decides the optimal capacities for all the technologies. And for each of those technologies, when we have the capacities, we analyze the dispatch, okay, in an earlier resolution scale. So every hour, we actually obtain the dispatch of such technologies. The main objective is basically to achieve the cheapest energy system. And when I say cheapest, it's basically including capacity investment costs and operational costs for the dispatch of the different technologies. So as I said before, H2S finds the sizes and capacities, basically investments of all the possible technologies, the dispatch of such technologies, transformation of energy carriers. This is basically market coupling when we go from power to heat or power to hydrogen. Additionally, we also obtain specific storage levels, capacities, and state of charge in every given hour. We also have some other dimensions such as the critical excess of electricity or energy production, other policy alternatives such as CO2 emissions limits or renewable energy standards. or amount of renewable energy in the power sector, among other characteristics that I'm going to explain in a little bit more detail in the next slides. So this is the main diagram that we use for H2RES when we want to represent the structure of the model. So particularly, we consider 3 main areas. As you can see, I don't know if you can see the red dot over there. So the first main area that we consider is basically the main sector of the model, which is the power sector. In this particular case, we differentiate between dispatchable units and non-dispatchable units. For the non-dispatchable units, we basically consider solar sources, wind energy, and also hydro run-of-river. For each of these different type of, let's say, energy, we consider or we need to have availability for those resources. So basically, early profile for solar radiation, early profile for wind speeds, early profile for flows in rivers, in order to determine the energy that's going to be produced by these different sources of energy. It is important to note that we do not model just solar or a single unit of solar energy. H2RES allow us to have multiple zones within the same model. So for instance, in the case of Croatia, when we run some scenarios, we consider northern Croatia, southern Croatia for the solar availability. So we actually consider 2 different zones independently. For wind energy, we consider 5 different sources of 5 different zones within Croatia. And for river, I don't remember the exact number, but it's something like 10 different rivers that we consider for Croatia. Maybe Luca or Nantum can correct me later. But bottom line is that H2RES is very flexible from this point of view. We consider 2 for solar, 5 for energy, and around 5 for wind, and around 10 for river. But we are not limited by these numbers. The users can have as many different zones as they want. The issue is that for each of those, we need to provide some availability curve, so there is also a trade-off that needs to be considered. Among the dispatchable units, we consider coal-based power plants, oil, gas, biomass, and different hydro sources, hydro dam and hydro pump systems. Of course, hydro pump and dams power plants are linked to storages, reservoir levels that we also consider, and we model the inflows of these, the outflows, and the electricity generation from these sources. We also consider imports, and in the particular case of Croatia, we allow to have nuclear energy, but in general, the model is flexible, so any user can actually consider this if needed. The main important link that we have between the power sector and the heating sector is through CHP power plants for district heating. So basically, at this point, we consider 3 different types of CHP plants: oil-based, gas, and biomass. They are linked to heat storage. So the main assumption here is that we model different district heating areas, but each of these district heating areas has to be linked to a single CHP power plant. The current version of the model doesn't allow to have multiple CHP connected to the same heating network. So that's something that we are working on so we can actually improve it. So right now it's a single CHP connected to a single district heating network. So the second link that we have between the power sector and the heating sector is through electric heating. Basically, we allow different heat pump technologies and electric boilers to supply heating to either district heating demands or the other demand, which in our particular case, we also call individual demand, so space heating and heat water. Additionally, we have links between the power sector and hydrogen generation through electrolyzers. We also have power-to-power or hydrogen to power through different fuel cell technologies. And this is something that I want to emphasize here. When we say electrolyzer technologies or fuel cell technologies, we don't model electrolyzers in a general way or fuel cells as general fuel cells. We're actually looking to specific technologies or type of fuel cells, specific technologies or specific types of electrolyzers. Same idea for heat pumps. We model air-to-air heat pumps, air-to-water heat pumps, geothermal, and so on. So we want to be very detailed and very specific in terms of the technologies that we can put into the model in order to better analyze what is the actual market coupling alternatives that we can have in different energy systems. Also, a second important note that I want to make here is that every single box that you see in this diagram is optimized, okay? And when I say optimized, it's optimized from the point of view of the dispatch, and it's optimized from the point of view of the capacity, okay? So we're optimizing storage capacities, heat pump capacities, fuel cell capacities, the different capacities for all the different power plants that we consider in H2S, storage for heat, biomass, boilers, gas boilers, and so on, okay? And additionally to optimizing the capacity, we're optimizing the dispatch, as I said before. Capacity is in a yearly scale, dispatch level in a hourly scale for each of the model years. So what I want to do now is go a little bit more in detail into these different, let's say, areas that we have within the model, so I can provide some more explanation or details. First of all, the heating sector or power to heat. As we can see in this diagram, we basically model district heating areas or district heating markets, and additionally the individual demand for space heating and hot water. So as I said before, each of the different district heating areas is connected to a single CHP power plant. And again, we do not limit how many district heating markets we can have in the model. It's up to the user. I'm just representing 3 in this case, but we can have as many as we want. So from that point of view, H2S is also very flexible. The heat demand in district heatings, of course, is supplied by CHP, but additionally, we can consider traditional boilers, oil, gas, biomass, for instance. I just put some here to name a few, but also this is very flexible. And then we also allow the electric heating to electric boilers, air-to-water, or air-to-air heat pumps. What is interesting here is that we also consider oil profiles for COP, coefficient of performance for different heat pump technologies. So, and each of these technologies is being optimized for each district heating area. So we actually follow, or the model follows, how many, for instance, let's say air-to-water heat pumps are used in district heating 1, and how many air-to-air heat pumps are used in his district heating 2, and so on. Additionally, same idea for traditional boilers. We optimize this at the district heating area, not at the single zone or country level. For the case of individual heating, we basically follow the same idea. Individual heating can be supplied either through electric heating or traditional boilers, depending on cost estimates that we have for the future and variable cost and capital cost. So basically what we try to do among all these technologies, we try to supply all the heating demand through the cheapest mix of technologies, optimizing the dispatch and the capacities of these technologies. So we have some constraints, of course, in this particular case. We have, we need to supply the demand in every single hour, heat storages for individual heating, fuel prices for traditional boilers, investment in capacities in the different district heating areas, and so on. There are several constraints that I'm not going to present in detail here. I'm going to skip all the mathematical equations as well. But if you are interested in such a detail, we can actually discuss, and I can show that later today. So this is also a very interesting approach that we took in H2S, and it's basically how we model the industry sector. And I want to spend a couple of minutes on this modeling paradigm that we developed. So in the industry sector, we also consider oil profile for energy demand. And the way in which we model how we supply this demand is through something that we call the logit factor or logit function that we can see in here. And this logit function basically allows us to model preferences that different users or different systems have on different different fuels. Okay, so we do not follow a simple cost approach in this case to supply the industry demand. We also model user preferences, and I'm going to explain a little bit what is this logit function. So the logit approach is normally used in some integrated assessment models, particularly in the global change assessment or analysis model. They just changed the name recently. So GCAM is basically fully developed based on this logit idea and logit approach, and we took some of this insight for H2S. So the logit function basically allows us to model choices in a given market, considering both the economic point of view, but also the preference point of view. Okay, and based on these two different ideas, we basically set different share of technologies, with the main assumption that the single best technology doesn't take all. Okay, so when we, for instance, when we normally model the power market, we use the concept of merit order, which is basically the cheapest technology supplies first up to the capacity, the second cheapest technology comes second, and so on. So that's basically this merit order idea, or the single best choice basically capture the market up to the given capacity. But using this alternative, this is not true in some specific conditions, okay? Because we also include in the dispatch the concept of preference. So if we define S sub I here as the share of the alternative I in the market, and we assign a price to such alternative, in this case, P sub I, the share that this technology is going to get in the market is given by this formula that we can observe here. So the share of the technology I in this market is given by a parameter alpha. I'm going to explain what this alpha parameter basically means. Multiplied by the e to the power of a second coefficient that is beta. I'm going to explain what this beta is. To the multiplied by the price of such technology. And this is divided by all other possible J technologies that we have in the market, also multiplied by the alpha corresponding to the technology J and the price of such technology. So this equation basically sets the share that the technology I is going to get in the market. So what basically are the alpha parameter and beta parameter here? Alpha is what we know as the share weight, okay? So the share weight is basically used to model historical level of different technologies in a market, and is also used in some model for calibration purposes. But also, what is more interesting is that these alpha parameters allow us to model different alternatives to phase in or phase out some technologies in future years in a given market, okay? So if we, for instance, set the parameter alpha to 1 in 2020, and we linearly decrease this parameter to 0 in 2050, that basically means that by 2050, we're going to phase out the technology I in this particular case. So it actually allows us to model the preference for such technology, or if we actually want to phase it out in a given time period. So this is what we model, or what we basically call the preference for such a technology. We can actually model through this parameter. The parameter beta in this function is called the logit coefficient, and it basically determines the substitution rate between two different technologies, okay? So let's say for a minute that we only have two choices, choice I and choice J. And let's say that we know what alpha I and alpha J are, so we basically have some given values. We can actually calculate the ratio between the share of the technology I and the share of the technology J by this equation that we see in the bottom, okay? So if we know alpha I and alpha J, the only thing that's going to determine the share of these two technologies, given the prices, is how large this beta coefficient is, okay? So this beta coefficient basically allows us to see what is the impact of a price difference between two different technologies. Of course, in H2S, we don't have two technologies. We have several different technologies or fuels. So this equation also applies. We can generalize this equation. In the particular case, since we're using this to model the industry sector, and particularly fuel use in the user sector, this price is the fuel price, but also includes the CO2 price that if the user wants to decide or decides to use a fuel price, a CO2 price in the market. So just to exemplify how this looks like, let's say this is what we have in the base case. So in a market with oil, gas, and coal, we can say that in the base case, we calibrate the model to have these particular shares, and depending on the logit coefficient, or again, the beta coefficient, we actually end up with different market shares for these technologies when we have a 20% increase in gas price. Okay, so we see that the increase in gas, as we have lower logit coefficient, so this is negative. Okay, so larger in the absolute terms or lower in the real scale, we actually have a bigger impact in the market as we increase or we decrease the logit coefficient under a 20% increase in the gas price in this particular case. So this is very interesting because it allows us to model different substitution rates, and of course with alpha different preferences. So we have a lot of flexibility in H2S when we want to model the different share of fuels or technologies in the industry sector. So when we go now to how we model power to hydrogen, or the link between these two different sectors, basically we consider electrolyzer technologies and fuel cell technologies. As I said before, when we want to model technologies, we do not want to stay at the technology name. Let's say electrolyzer, we actually want to model different types of technologies or different considerations for electrolyzers. So in the particular case, our base model for H2S, we consider 3 different electrolyzers: polymer, solid oxides, and alkaline electrolyzers. Each of these technologies, basically we provide variable costs and we provide capital costs and future production for such. We assume that there is right now a single storage for hydrogen production. So every single electrolyzer will produce hydrogen to such storage, and this storage is going to supply the base load for hydrogen that we need to define, but additionally is linked to different fuel cell technologies. In this particular case, we also consider 2 different fuel cell types. Of course, so we can produce some electricity based on hydrogen in this particular case, and something that is under development. So we have a version of the model that considers fuel cell electric vehicles as well, so we can link power to hydrogen and hydrogen to the transport sector. But this is not the version that's going to be released today because we're still testing some minor details in the model that we need to make sure everything is working well. But the next release, in the next couple of days, I hope, we will also have this link for use hydrogen linked to the transportation sector. Talking about the transportation sector, what we do, and electricity storage also in this particular case, what we do here, we follow a similar approach than the energy plan model. So we basically require a number of vehicles, distribution for availability of such vehicles, some power capacities, and so on. So we are not actually, in this particular case, modeling, we do not allow H2S to optimize the transport sector in terms of how many electric vehicles we need, and the transition in the transport sector. We basically use the transport sector as a buffer or a storage alternative for electricity, but with the consideration that there is an energy demand in the power sector that needs to be supplied and satisfied in every single hour, in every single year of the model. And additionally, we also consider stationary storage that we do optimize in this particular case. So for stationary storage, we optimize the size and the dispatch and the storage level for stationary storage, versus in the transport sector, we actually have a variable storage level that depends on the availability or number of cars that are connected in each given hour of the modeling framework. So as I said before, some more details about the power sector. Something that is interesting, we do not, if a single user wants to consider a single zone within a market, that's perfectly okay, but H2S is developed to account for different multi-zones, particularly for renewable sources. So as I said before, in the case of wind, we consider 5 different zones in Croatia, and in the case of solar, we have northern Croatia and southern Croatia. And for each of those, we need to provide some availability curves. So that's basically what I'm showing right here in this plot. So this also provides a lot of flexibility, and we optimize the size or the capacity investments in every single year for each of those different zones that we want to model. In terms of hydro, we follow, in this case, a similar approach than the dispatched model. We consider different hydro dam and hydro pump systems. Hydro pump, of course, is connected to a pump system, and each of these hydro units is basically connected to storage or reservoir levels. And for each of those, we actually need to consider inflows. So we provide also early scale or early level inflows for each of the hydro dam units that we want to consider. We can see here on the right side an example for Croatia. So we have a large number of reservoirs, and we actually see how the storage level looks like in a given year for every single hour. I believe this is 2020. And we actually see that, in particular in the case of Croatia, we have this seasonal storage that is very traditional, or this seasonal curve that is very traditional in the Croatian energy system. So this is actually not input data. This is actually one of the results for H2S. So basically, I want to show here that H2S follows this seasonal pattern when we optimize the dispatch of hydro sources. Okay, and lastly, I want to also comment a little bit about a different way that we have to model the decommissioned in H2S. So decommission is particularly modeled for every single technology. We do not model decommission only in the power sector for power plants. We model decommission for heat pumps, electric boilers, traditional boilers, and so on. Every single technology is decommissioned in H2RES, okay? So how we model this decommission, we basically apply two different equations. I'm not going to go in detail in this particular case, but what is interesting is that we can calculate what we call the decay rate. And based on this decay rate, we actually can calculate what is the future capacities for different vintage in the model. Okay, and I'm going to explain what I mean by this. And I'm going to exemplify that with this graph below. So let's say we have a unit. So again, like we model the decommission for every single technology. So I'm not going to specify if this is a power plant or if this is an electric boiler or traditional boiler. This is just a given technology, okay? So let's say that we have 100 megawatts of such technology in 2020. Let's say that every single year, in 2020, 2025, 2030, we install additional 100 megawatts for such technology. And such technology also has a lifetime of 20 years, okay? But we also allow such technology to have a 10% remaining capacity after the 20 years, okay? So we do not, in this particular case, we do not assume that the technology is going to be completely phased out. 90% of the technology is going to be phased out, and we still have 10% remaining. Of course, this 10% is variable. The user can say 0% is available, so the technology will be fully phased out. Or the user can actually say 100%, which basically means the technology will be always available and it will never be decommissioned. Okay, so from that point of view, also provides a lot of flexibility. So given these parameters, we can calculate the decay rate, and what we see in blue here is how the capacity for the installed capacity in 2020 looks like in the future. So the capacity in 2020 follows the blue trend. So we can see that it's slowly decommissioned, and it basically slowly reaches zero, is decommissioned by 2020. But then, since every 5 years we add 100 megawatts, we have the red or orange line. 100 megawatts were added in 2025. After some years, this technology also starts to basically disappear or failing, so there is some capacity that is being reduced. Then additionally, in 2030, we add 100 megawatts, additional megawatts. So we follow the lifetime or the capacity for such technology that is added in every single year. So if we stack all these capacities, we end up with something like this plot. Okay? So this plot basically looks at the total capacity for that technology, but we know what is the capacity for such technology that is installed in every single year. Okay? So we see that by applying these parameters in particular, we end up with some steady state by 2050, something close to 350 megawatts, because we allowed or we modeled that such technology is decommissioned every single year, including the installed initial capacity, but also the capacities that basically are added in the future. Okay, so again, this is also very interesting and provides a lot of flexibility when we want to model the actual transition of the different energy systems. So a little bit about the structure and the interface of the model. We basically build this using two open source softwares. One is Python, so the full model is developed through Python. We like Python because it's fully open source. We don't require a license to use this, so everyone can install Python with the Anaconda distribution and can actually use this. And since this is an optimization problem, we use the solver Guzović, okay? And why we go with Guzović? Again, because for academics in particular, it's free, okay? So we can go into guzović.com, create an account, download the license, install Guzović in your computer, go to python.com or .org, I think is the website, install Anaconda in your computer, and you're ready and set to go. So fully open source, it takes 5 minutes to install the required software. When we say programming on Python, sometimes people get scared, but don't be scared because there is actually really basic to zero knowledge about Python that is required. The model runs with Python under it, but the users don't actually have to go into the Python script to run the model. So we have a basic interface that the model basically uses to run. The users go to that basic file that I'm going to show later. and put some parameters, hit play, and that's it. So there is actually no programming requirements that users need to have or no knowledge about Python. If you know Python, it's a plus because it will provide some more flexibility and you can actually play a little bit with the questions that we develop. Again, we use Guzović because it's open source, free for academics. It's probably the fastest solver for MIP problems and LP or linear programs, along with Cplex, but we go with Guzović because it's fully open source for academic community. The computational time of the model basically depends on the scenario that we want to run, but in particular, when we model the Croatian energy system from 2020 to 2050, every 5 years time steps, depending on the scenario, if we want to put some renewable share in the power sector, or if we want to achieve 0 emissions in 2020, or sorry, in 2050, or if we want to limit the SEP level at a given value. So depending on the particular scenario that we develop, the model can take as little as 45 minutes, or the longest, or about 2 hours in the worst case that we have seen. But if we want to model a single year, the model actually takes less than 5 minutes. So it's very, very fast for an optimization problem. And what is interesting is that is this efficient even when we model all the resolution of the dispatch of the different technologies. So when we compare H2RES with other energy systems, like the osmosis model, for instance, they normally use time slices. So they use 12 time slices during a year, or they model different seasons, because the only resolution scale in optimization problems basically increases the computational requirements significantly. But in this particular case, we manage H2RES to consider all the scale resolution and still be relatively efficient in terms of computational time. We actually did a study. We compared H2RES with Plexos. So for those of you that know, Plexos is a basically power system planning model for the Croatian energy system. In that particular case, Plexos took over a day to finish. And in our particular case, if Luca can correct me, maybe it was about 2 hours to finish. So we are significantly faster in comparison with other energy planning models that are optimization-based, not simulation-based. Simulation is much faster. But among the optimization-based models, H2RES is significantly faster and flexible. And this is the last slide, I believe. So this is the main file that users basically face. So this is actually a slightly older picture of the main file. So now there are a few additional parameters. But this is basically the only Python knowledge that you require. Okay? So you basically have to open this file, which is called main file, main.py. And there are a bunch of parameters that you have to define. For instance, the scenario name, so Croatian base case, for instance, or Croatian SDEWES. There are a bunch of parameters that users have to set as true or false. For instance, if we want to consider renewable portfolio standards, if we want to consider carbon limits, if we want to have hydro storage or not, export, if we want to allow SEP limits, or there are different Boolean, basically, or true or false parameters that the user must define. Then there is some input data that we need to specify. So if we say, yes, we want to consider renewable portfolio standards, then we need to say, okay, what the target for renewable energy in the power sector will be. So we just put the percentage here. Okay, so few parameters we need to put into this main file. We run the model, wait for 45 minutes for 30 years planning, and then we get the outputs. The outputs are basically automatically created by H2RES. There are a set of figures, dispatch, technologies, investments, etc., are automatically created, as well as a report in a text file that basically provides a summary of the main variables that are of interest for us. So right now the model is available. You can go to this GitHub account or this GitHub link. It's public, so you can actually download it and play with it. The base case or the input data that we provide is for the Croatian energy system, but you can actually see that it's very simple in the terms of what data we require. So you can download it and play with it and give us feedback. The idea of this release is that people can actually start using it and let us know what you believe or what you think about the model, what improvements you think are needed, and we will be happy actually to look into those. We have been developing the model for the past 9 months, But of course, we have our view, our assumptions of the model, and it will be very interesting to get some feedback from the community in terms of how this can be improved. Additional information is on this website, h2rest.org. So there is also a link on this website to the GitHub account, so you can go directly to the download page and play with it. So that's all. Thank you for your attention. And I don't know, Anthony, if we take, or Neven, if we take questions now or later, if there is any.
Later, because we will have panel, and you will be in the panel, and then keep the questions for later.
Okay.
Thank you, Felipe.
Thank you.
And now I would like to ask Luca Hertz to give us some examples into scenarios calculated, and also some comparison with other energy tools.
So, hello, I'm Luka Hertz, also from the University of Zagreb, Faculty of Mechanical Engineering. Now you looked at the equations and the procedure of modeling this software, but now I will show you some results and comparisons with other energy system optimizing software, mainly Plexus. So we have in our presentation the presentation of the models which we created in H2RES, examples of these results, comparisons, and then some short discussion. We already created the model for Croatia, North Macedonia, and Southeast European region. This includes Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Croatia, Kosovo, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Romania, and Serbia. So here we have the first example of the results. This is for the Croatian case, and it considers the generation by the type of fuel and for the years. So in the x-axis you have the years, and on the y-axis you have the generation, represented in terawatt hours. We can see that we have complete transition towards the renewable energy generation, which is stated in the goals of the software on the window that you saw a bit before on the presentation from my colleague. Here we have the investments which enabled that transition towards the sustainable and fully renewable system. We have the results by the name of the power plant. Here we have 3 different kinds of wind power plants and 2 different kinds of photovoltaic power plants. They are distinguished by the different capacity factor curves and different distribution representing different regions from Croatia. This is completely able to be changed according to your region and what you want to model. Results for generation of heating also show that the model is capable of transitioning from mainly boiler-based heating systems towards heat pump and electric heating based systems, which are required to achieve higher shares of renewable and not to, in the meantime, over-rely on biomass in boilers. And here we can see the list of all the generation curves for the years studied in this example for Croatian case, and we see the development of the system itself, how the shares of the fuels are changing throughout the years. And on the manner of flexibility options, we have the rest to heat, which represents heating systems mainly represented by heat pumps and electric boilers, electric vehicles, stationary storage in the batteries, and hydrogen. Electricity supply in Macedonia is represented in this case. This is the second example that I said I would present here. So we have the years starting, when the simulations are starting, 2030, we have the system that is mainly supplied by the combination of thermal power, some hydro, and imports. So since we are transitioning towards a carbon neutral system, which requires decarbonizing some other systems such as transport system and heating system, we require more energy to satisfy the demand. And that's why we see the rise in the total demand required in the region. And this is mainly supplied by the wind and solar power. Part is still supplied by hydropower when the imports are not so widely used, but that is the discussion on the import price in relation to the cost of installing the capacities, which was also examined but not represented in this slide. To achieve this share of renewables, we also needed to integrate some energy storage systems. This is, as you can see, mainly done in the later years, 2050. And since we are using a lot of hydrogen, we are assuming a transition of industry with the use of hydrogen. So we need to install a lot of hydrogen storage capacities, and as well this hydrogen storage capacity acts as storage in electricity sector itself, since we also use electrolyzers and fuel cells. And also we have the battery storage, which is not so widely used in this case. Here we can see the investments. The bulk of investments is done in the year 2050 in this case, and it costs 6,000 megawatts of wind and nearly 5,000 megawatts of PV power. And they are divided by the power plants here as well, represented in the same manner as on the Croatian case. And investments in the flexibility are represented in this slide. This is similar to the slide before. And here we see the yearly distributions, our hourly level distributions for these 3 years, 2030, 2040, and 2050. And you can see why we needed such large capacities of renewables, because we have the variability, and we also needed some balancing systems. This system used electric vehicles, as well as the hydrogen storage, for example, in industry, and the energy system itself, to mitigate some of the problems which are encountered by having such variations in the generation of electricity as seen in year 2050. And this is one of the problems that came up when trying to integrate high shares of renewables. You are out to have large part of the electricity which is practically unusable, the critical excess of electricity. But this display is actually not correctly calculated, because in the later version of the code, we transitioned to calculating it to the total, to the ratio of CEP expressed in terawatt hours in relation to the total electricity demand. But in this case, it was calculated to the base electricity demand, which is much lower, as you saw on the electricity generation slide. So the CEP is actually much lower. And in the heating sector, we also have the distributions in the individual and district heating systems. Both of them are as well transitioning to the electricity-based heating systems, represented by electric boilers or heat pumps. And we are now going to the section of the comparison of the capabilities of the models. This H2S, as previously stated, is capable of modeling the entire energy system of some region. Stated that we have all the data and we don't consider the losses and problems you encountered when transitioning the electricity through long distances. And load dispatch and investments are also considered. It is comparable to some other commercial software, such as Plexus. Here we have the example of the comparisons in the heating segment of these two models. For example, the Plexus does not natively have defined the CHP segment by itself. It can be done, but you have to use you have to combine it with the gas sector, and it is not really easily modeled, but we can do it in H2S with no problem. Also, we have in both of the models, we are distinguishing between different heating systems, and we are considering capacity expansion as the heating demand develops throughout the years. And it is, of course, under the influence of other factors such as decommissioning, stated regulations on CO2 emissions, and the share of renewables. Industry, the total demand in industry is also differently modeled in these two systems, in these two models. Plexus, we used the modeling scheme as some kind of heating node, and then the energy is supplied basically by some kind of heat sources, whether that be the boilers or heat pumps as well in some of the minor cases. But in H2S, we upped the game by adding the whole grid approach represented by the colleague. And we have the power to gas system available, fully functional in H2S, which is only available in Plexus if you get the gas model, which is separate from the main electricity model. The transport system, both of the systems are capable of modeling electric vehicles-based transport system, given that the demand is predefined. Hydrogen fuel cells as well are modeled in H2S, but are not available in Plexus. And internal combustion engines are not, and at this stage, modeled in H2S, not that in the Plexus. But we are right now working on the model to account for development of the transport sector to have transition from internal combustion-based transport sector towards some kind of mix between electricity, synthetic fuels, and hydrogen-based transport sector in the future. We can also expand on that by adding things like public transport also can be modeled given the efficiencies that we can get. Also, we have implemented vehicle-to-grid technology and in both of the systems, and the capacity expansion, as I said, is not yet functional, nor in Plexus nor in H2S. Electricity generation as the main part of the H2S model is fully implemented in the manner of capacity expansion and scheduling of the scheduling optimization of the power plants. And here we have one of the comparisons of the investment strategies done by H2S or Plexus. We see quite a difference in investment strategies. Plexus had big capacity investments in the beginning years of the planning horizon, but the H2S in the same system went only to invest when it was actually really needed, which was in the later years. And then we have the problem of having a big CEP and having overly invested in renewable generating capacities, which are actually not yet needed to achieve the goals of the reduction of the CO2 emissions, but they are being, this strategy is being implemented because the process is run cost-driven by the running cost of the generators, but the running cost of the variable renewable energy sources is practically zero. So it chooses to invest as much as it can, as it's allowed in the program, to these generating capacities. That's why we have these results. And here we have the comparison of the CO2 emissions of the same model that I showed you. Here you can see that the process is overly investing and reducing it much faster than actually planned. And finally, we have some applications of H2S. As mentioned before, no limit in the size of the region, only limited by the resources that you have available on your computer. We have now fully modeled the industry sector, fully modeled the power system and heating systems. Electric portion, the transport is modeled in this stage only by determining the distributions of the demand, but the rest is in the works right now. And we have the conclusion that it is fully comparable to other commercial software, even outperforming in some aspects, such as running times and hardware intensity of the model. And one crucial thing is that there is no necessity for time slices. You can model the whole of the year in full 8,000 hours as you want, and this is fully up to you. You can determine the planning horizon, the years that you choose, the hours in the year that you want to model. If you want to focus on more on a winter heating period, for example, or on summer with high demand from air conditioning systems, you can fully focus on that system. If you want, you just enter the required hours which you want to model in the year, the number of hours of and the system will model it. And it is open source architecture. Anyone can build up upon it, and community driven. Thank you.
Thank you, Luca. I think we have no time for questions, but we can come back in the panel. And I would like to ask now Anton to give us insight into next steps that we have to do with H2S and Inter-Energy project.
Thank you. So now, after you heard what actually was done in this project in the last two packages, which last for the first 2 years of the project, I can also shortly lead you through what's coming next. So we are working after the modeling and publication of this model on actual implementation, and of course in dissemination of this tool, and we hope to spark the scientific discussion by numerous results. So work package 1 was completed, and the reports are available on the project website. Work package 2 is now closing to the end with the publication of the new energy planning tool. That includes modules for demand response and power to X technologies. So now we will be moving towards the market analysis for demand response and power-to-X technologies in coupled energy markets. So what can be expected is the growth of community of users and number of discussions on these topics. Also, we hope that the results will foster the implementation of new markets and marketing opportunities for demand response technologies and power-to-X technologies. And we would like to form community also not only with modelers and scientists, but also with the industry, with companies from power sector, and with decision makers and governing bodies, because we are always looking for the actors that actually can deliver the changes and make some steps towards direction of better implementation of the new technologies, because this will help us in the end to reach both the national goals in Croatia and goals in the European Union, and after that in the whole world. So through our scenario approaches and identification of opportunities on the power market for demand response and power-to-X technologies, we connect with various stakeholders, decision makers, and we can do interesting analysis and help development on national and local level. The end result of such practices should be creation of a network of institutions that are well placed to facilitate the implementation of power-to-X and demand response technologies, which will support the energy transition towards 100% renewable energy systems. Because research and development cannot happen without good stakeholder networks, without concrete actions that follow the scientific conclusions. Now we will have a short 5-minute break before the panel, and then we can continue with the panel that will include Professor Neven Duić, Professor Henrik Lund, Professor Ingo Stadler, and Professor Felipe Fijo. Thank you.
I don't know, are they going to
Yes.
model the panel? Okay.
Ja. Ja ću staviti
Okay, let us start with the roundtable. I would like to invite first Felipe. He already spoke, so you know his position. Then I would like to invite Professor Henrik Lund, who taught us a lot about energy planning and who is the author of the energy plan model, which we use when we teach students, because energy plan is something you can learn in a couple of days, because it's very user-friendly and very quick to do the basic modeling. But of course, if you want to do something more long-term, then one needs to also combine it with other models. Then I would like to invite Professor Ingo Stadler, from whom we learned a lot about power to gas and how to integrate different sectors. And I hope that these panelists will help us to improve H2S. They're invited here to be critical, to say what is missing, what we can improve in future, what we are missing. We know we are missing some things, but we are maybe not seeing some even more difficult issues. And also, in the end, we will probably try to discuss a bit about the open source community that we are planning to start. So I will now move to my sitting place, and then we will have a round of questions. Henrik, you have seen what we have done, and what is your first take about it? Do you see advantage in having a long-term optimization simulation?
Yeah, thank you very much. Neven, I actually took some notes, so because I've been working with this for at least 20 years, so when I see a brilliant new model coming up, then I have a lot of comments. So I'm not sure we can have all of them, but I can start where your question starts, at least with two comments to start with. And the one is that it's I really appreciate that you're doing this work here. It's as far as I can see, very, very good work. And I remember, as I also mentioned in the introductory speak, some almost 20 years ago, when we actually had a collaboration between the H2 race model and the energy plan model at that time. Very beneficial for the development of both models, and also the simulations and scenario studies we did at that point. So I think you are a lucky man, Neven, that you have found Philip to work with and do this, and what you're doing is a brilliant work. And I think that it's so good that there are different models taking different issues up and different approaches. We can learn a lot from that. In my way, there is no such things as one model fits all, and I have sometimes seen project application trying to make that statement, we should merge models into something that we can all do, and I always believe this is hopeless and it's not beneficial, because it's when we do things differently we can learn from one another. That said, and I have several issues here, but I would very much like to start with what you say here about the optimization. When I started modeling many years ago, I didn't consider if my model were this type of model or that type of model. If it was a simulation model, optimization model, bottom up, top down, there are many names for models. But being doing this for many years, at a certain point I started reflecting on what am I doing? Why am I doing it? and why am I doing it in this way? And I wrote a paper at a certain point that I called something like optimization versus simulation models, theoretical positions in those two approaches, together with a philosopher and a theory of science person and some other co-authors as well. This talk about optimization and simulation, I sort of developed a reflection in which I tend to call energy plan model more a simulation model rather than an optimization model. And then I reflect a lot of these things here. And this can be for you inspiration to consider what you wish to call your model by the end of the day. I can hear that you're calling it an optimization model. And if you should really distinguish, because I mean, all models do some kind of optimization in the operation, or how you interact with the market when you develop for that or whatever. But basically, when you distinguish, it is if you in your optimization model also optimize the investments, which you are doing here. So you actually optimize the whole series, and then you come out with optimal investment strategies. That's which we do not do in a simulation model. There we decide this is the number of wind turbines we will invest in, and so on. Then we can simulate and calculate the consequences. My point here is that doing this for many years, also asking myself, why am I doing it? And the reason why I'm doing it is because I, as a scientist, want to make a contribution to the political debate on what should we do and how should we do it, and all these political goals and so on. And now come some points that is a little difficult. I'll do my best to make it short and precise as possible. In my experience, if you go to the extreme optimization, it's a little bit tailored into the word and the way you work with it, that there is such a thing as an optimal solution for Croatia in 2050. I will question that concept as a concept. Does it make anything sense to talk about an optimal solution for society in many decades from now? And I will say it does not. I mean, the ideology of the optimization model will be to provide the computer with all types of information, efficiencies in the future, cost of fossil fuels, all kinds of things. And then based on that, then it will be identifying an optimal future. The concept itself makes less and less sense to me because I'm given the purpose of discussing this in a public debate. And I can also see, and I guess it's the same with you, when you start using this optimization program, you will develop different scenarios, you will discuss a lot, because that's the purpose. But the danger is that if you define your model as an optimization model, you trick your mindset into that the job is to provide the model with all the correct, and I say correct information that is so uncertain anyway. And then the job done is when the computer spit out the optimal solution. That's sort of what you trick your mind into believing. And I think this is risky business, because it's not only the optimal solution that is never the optimal solution anyway that you wish to provide for the discussion. It is equally important to calculate all the bad solutions, so we know if they are really bad, how bad they are and why they are bad. And that will not come out of the optimization to the extreme of it. Now I'm not so much afraid, because I realize you will not do it as an optimization. You'll actually do a lot of scenarios and so on. But that's why personally I prefer the simulation, because here you are doing all this kind of different things, and it will be on the table, the bad solutions, the good solutions, and so on and so forward. I know it's long. I'll just 1 point more. And the point here is, while we as researchers use the models, it's also a learning process. And I will claim that going too extreme to the optimization philosophy of modeling, then you are hindering your own learning process, because there are so many solutions that are lost because you only look for the optimal one. And the optimal is not optimal, and it's maybe not the most interesting one. Maybe it's the bad solution that are more interesting for your learning process. That's why I tend to go more to calling models simulation models. But then again, in real life, there's no such things as an only optimization or only simulation. It will always be somewhere in between. But this was just my first reflection on your question. Sorry I spoke so long.
Thank you, Henrik, very much. I fully agree with you, but when you're searching for a person to help you build a model, and you get an excellent programmer and an excellent energy planner, you can't really persuade him that optimization is not the main thing in energy planning. So I let it go that way. But for me, of course, what was important was the ability to calculate scenario, long-term scenario, and a bit of optimization in that process is reducing the amount of scenarios that you have to run. Before I ask Felipe to try to answer this difficult question, Ingo, did you have maybe comment on optimization part?
Yes, I would like to do.
Yes,
First
please.
of all, there are some parts I agree with Henrik and others I disagree. Where I agree, I think you have done a tremendous work in setting up that new software system. And I also would like to congratulate that you have used the open source Python software. What I have not seen, whether that you all take the advantage of using Python, that you also used other software models, or did you do it really everything by your own from you? That is a question. I myself, I'm not an energy planner, I am not a good programmer, but my PhD students do, and I'm quite good in asking bad questions. And I think it is really important that we have also this optimization integrated, because it's a mathematical way to approach the correct solution. You still can do different scenarios. We have seen in what you have shown that you, for example, when you have an optimal solution, then it's the mathematical one. But maybe other solutions are quite close to this optimum, and you just can disable, for example, a technology. Or you could, for example, change some parameters and then see how close and sensitive is your optimal solution than to maybe doubts you have over 2030, 2040, 2050. So I think it's really good to have this optimization approach, always knowing that in behind there's might be a lot of uncertainty, and that I think is the same you have with the energy plan. I was a supervisor of a PhD thesis in Aalborg University in Copenhagen, and that was done with energy plan model. And I was always missing what is the database behind all the results. It was not even in the PhD thesis. And that is this famous Danish database of all the technology data. But also that to me is a doubt. What is the input data we always set, either in simulation or in optimization? That is a quite important point, that we know what is the input data.
Yes, I fully also agree with your points. And the interesting part of H2RES that we had to implement this logit function in order to de-optimize optimal solution, because the optimal solution was giving unrealistic solutions. Felipe, what is your answer to this optimization conundrum?
It's a very hard question because I also have my bias. So as a disclaimer, I'm not an energy engineer. Like Neven said, I'm more into the programming and mathematical science. So I've been switching to this area, so I have my bias. So that's the first disclaimer. The second disclaimer is that, to me, there is a famous phrase that says, all models are wrong, but some of them are useful. So from that point of view, I hope H2RES can be useful. And for the model to be useful, I agree with Henrik in some points. When we take this optimization model, we are not, at least in my point of view, we are not trying to say this is the optimal future. There is always an analysis that needs to be done. And that analysis is basically based on the experience that the users will have when using the model, the knowledge they have on the system, and so on. And that's the important piece. So if we take a model and we run the model and then we see the results and we are blinded by the results and we don't question what's going on with the answer that the model is providing, then we are basically not doing our jobs. So that's also very important from my point of view. We need to be critical on the results. We need to understand what's going on. And because of that, I mean, one of the reasons why we want to make the model open source is because we want the users to be able to see what's behind the model. So when the models are like closed and we don't know what the questions are, why the results are the way they are, why we're seeing such dynamics, then it's more difficult for the users to actually understand what's happening. But from our point of view, we want to say, okay, if you know Python, you can go to the questions. This is, what's going on. This is why we get these results. So there is, bottom line, there is always an analysis process that needs to be done. And even if it is optimization-based or it is simulation-based, you need to question the results. The second comment that I have is that, as Neven said, probably 80% of the, let me put it in this way, if we only take the power system within H2RES, we will probably get not the same solution, but a very close solution than the energy plan because we follow the same logic, this merit order idea. So even in simulation, when we use simulation models, we are doing optimization. Okay, we are following some rules. The cheapest goes first, for instance, and even if we don't know it, that's optimization. That's what the optimization solvers do when they try to provide a solution. So in some components of H2RES and maybe energy plan or other energy system model, we follow similar ideas, but then there are some minor details that make some differences, and in that point of view, what Neven said, we try to de-optimize the model by introducing this user preference in the industry sector. So what we want to try, what we want to try with this approach is to say, not everything is cost-based, because if we go cost-based, what the fuel prices are, what the CO2 prices are, we're going to end up with a probably not true future. Things might actually change. But if we put some user preference or human preferences, like in this alpha or beta parameter that I showed, then we start simulating. Because we can ask, okay, what is the preference in the creation system for coal power plant. I remember I had a conversation with Neven on a trip to Istria over a weekend. And basically with the CO2 prices in Europe and the cost of coal, I asked Neven, why we still have coal power plants in Croatia? And because only on a cost basis, we shouldn't have coal power plants functioning in Croatia. And it's because in this case, politics maybe, some lobby and so on. So in an optimization, we cannot model that. But if we include this new approach, the logit approach, when we actually model cost and preferences, when I say preferences can be also politics, we actually can go into this path. So I think that's an interesting solution in which we can actually de-optimize the model a little bit and provide some more flexibility. And just to finish, I think one good thing about the optimization is that if we are critical about the results, we can say, okay, this is a solution that might actually be good in some conditions, given a framework. And when we do simulation, it's sometimes hard to say, I always put this example. What if we want to achieve a given system with X amount of critical excess of electricity, with X amount of renewable energy, with X amount of, I don't know, power to heat and so on? Sometimes it's difficult to come up with solutions, and optimization can help providing an initial point for that solution. So if we combine the model somehow and use some optimization-based approaches to provide insights, and then we take those insights and we use models like Energy Plan, which are really good in simulating the model systems, we can actually start, linking these ideas, making these models to talk to each other, and make the better use of the two. So that's would be my approach.
Thank you, Felipe. Ingo, Southeast Europe is quite easy to convert to 100% renewable because it has lots of hydro and biomass. Denmark is a much harder case, but still much easier than Germany because it has lots of sea out there to produce wind from, compared to Germany, which is a big industrial country with only relatively small access to the North Sea. So how do you see 100% renewable energy scenario in Germany with this software? You will probably need lots of power to gas options in order to balance, because there is no hydro in Germany. Biomass is relatively limited. How do you see this software could not cover actually what is being currently discussed in Germany?
I think I know too less from the software. So what our discussions at the moment is that, I am convinced with. I am convinced we should use as less as possible hydrogen and power to gas, only where we really require it. So at the moment we have a lot of people, politicians, dreaming of the hydrogen society. We will drive our cars with fuel cell cars, or even combustion cars with hydrogen and e-fuels, that we will heat our houses with hydrogen or power to gas, other gases. And that always not takes into account all the efficiency losses, and that we need to have triple, quadruple, or 5 times more of wind and solar systems. And therefore we need to reduce that where we really have a need and no other choices to use hydrogen. For example, in our steel industry, maybe some aluminium, some other big chemical industries we have around Germany, there is not another possibility to go for. And therefore, at the moment, all our 100% scenarios go for the import of hydrogen. And for some, that is also a reason to say, we don't need to speed up with wind and sun because we will import the hydrogen from South America, for example. But that I try to avoid, as that we still need to have as much as possible in the country. Now, I don't know how your model can respect the import of fuels maybe from other parts in the world. But at the moment, we think we are not able to really supply our country by 100% renewable, by our own.
What about you, Henrik? What do you think that is the right way to go with power to gases? The efficiency issue is obviously more on the side of hydrogen than other gases, but there are other considerations which are pushing us towards other gases which are less efficient but easier to handle.
Yeah, I agree. And first of all, I would like to echo what you just said, Ingo. It's incredible, strange debate on hydrogen you sometimes hear in Denmark, around Europe, in Germany, and other. And it's really crazy. Just to add a little more numbers to what we made some calculation on heating strategies, on how to heat Denmark just as a case, but that will be the same for any other country. And we just compared the solution in which you're actually doing some energy efficiency renovation of your houses and having a smart energy systems combination of district heating and recycling of waste heat and individual heat pumps, compared to that, to just converting the whole Denmark to electric heating. Just as two, we thought it was two extremes, and there's almost a factor 10 between how many wind turbines we'll have to build to do the one or the other. At that point, we didn't imagine that somebody will suggest what you just mentioned, Ingo, to produce hydrogen and heat the house by burning hydrogen in the house. It must be some gas companies or something that have a available grid or whatever that can't even distribute hydrogen anyway. But then the factor is not 10, it's maybe 20 or even more when you. And for that reason, I really are in the same line as you. Power to X and all this is only something we should do if we cannot go directly heating, definitely. When you then also expand the question, Neven, to discuss the biogas or the biomass, this is something we have been looking carefully into recently, more carefully than we used to, out of this sustainable biomass discussion. And of course, some people take the view that we should not have biomass at all. We should disregard it and only go to hydrogen and all this. That's not where I am personally. And the reason why I'm not there personally is basically two arguments. The one is that will be very costly. I mean, if we can still include sustainable biomass, this will make it more affordable and also more easy for us to do the green. That's one argument. The other one is referring to the Commission and also the opening speeches we had from the European, is that we also have to consider the agricultural sector and the other sectors and the industrial processes. And for that reason, we will have to consider some kind of sink, either CCS or biochar or something like that. Also, and for that reason, it is good to look more carefully into integrating biomass. But biomass, in my view, giving priority to converting the biomass to gas or liquid fuel, adding hydrogen from power to X, or everything of this is power to X, only using it where we do not have any other means, and also using it in an integrated setup of the whole systems where we can also provide some things. In the Danish debate, some people are so crazy now with carbon capture storage that they think this is the solution to everything, just as some people think fusion energy or whatever. I argue we should do carbon capturing utilization first, power to X and so on, and avoid fossil fuels in the aircraft and so on before we go to carbon capture and storage. And the only argument for me is to end up there will be that we need something to compensate the agricultural sectors that will not be able to go to zero on its own.
Maybe to add,
Yes.
also in SDEWES conference, I always was arguing I am not for the hydrogen, I am for going then also to the methanization process because it has so many advantages in using the existing infrastructure. But now reality is a bit faster than my thoughts. And we have now the gas distribution companies, the grid operators, that start to split some of the pipelines apart from the natural gas, the methane, and investing to convert them into hydrogen. So it is splitting into two ways at the moment.
So you have grids only on hydrogen?
It's at the moment in progress. We have a very dense natural gas grid. And so we have multiple lines, north, south, west, east, going through Germany. And now the first gas operators, they start to separate single pipelines from the natural gas and make them hydrogen.
And heat homes with hydrogen?
No, it's mainly for industry.
Okay.
For example,
yeah,
I don't know how good you know Germany in the Rhineland-Pfalz area. There's BASF, for example, having in future very high demand.
Yeah, for high temperature industrial processes, hydrogen looks like the best choice. Okay, and Germany already has some hydrogen pipelines, industrial pipelines, since a long time ago, so that might make sense, but it's not for heating that's important.
I want to say something, related to this hydrogen topic, and I want to put a different example, which is the case of Chile. So Ignio actually said maybe Europe will be importing hydrogen from Latin America, and I'm from Chile, so I want to say a couple of things about this and some of the issues that we are seeing in Chile. Sadly, it's not only true in Chile, but in general in Latin America, most countries are developing countries. So that's the first point. The second point is that many countries have a lot of renewable potential. In the particular case of Chile, wind in the Patagonia and solar in the north, the potential is huge. Actually, there is a new agreement. Solar power companies, they sign an agreement to sell electricity for 20 or 30 years at something like $10 per megawatt hour. So it's very, very cheap to produce actually hydrogen. And the issue with this is that there is a lot of investment in hydrogen, clean hydrogen plants in Chile right now, and it's bringing a second issue. And the issue is that it's compromising the Chilean climate targets, or basically Chilean NDCs. So we are basically transitioning to 70–80% renewable electricity in the power sector, without even thinking before, when the NDC was developed, on the hydrogen market. But now if we start bringing this idea of exporting hydrogen, green hydrogen from Chile or Latin America to Europe, there is a lot of debate of, okay, what's going to be the compromise of that, of this, because we need to, like Hendrik said, we need to increase the installed capacity significantly more to account for this new demand of electricity, and that might actually compromise some of the NDC targets that we have in Chile, in general in Latin America, which is more complex because lower economic resources, politics, and so on. So that's also a point that I think we need to consider, particularly under this idea that maybe hydrogen is not the best solution right now, because we need to transition first, and then when we have the excess and the extra resources, maybe we can use hydrogen to decarbonize other system, so we don't put in risk climate targets.
Thank you. Henrik, you wanted to comment something on Ingo, or no? Okay.
Maybe just to add what you said, Europe has a hydrogen strategy. Germany has a hydrogen strategy. Every state of Germany has a hydrogen strategy. And I'm quite often traveled and went around in South America. And now during the pandemic, I had so many questions participating in Zoom conferences, because there is something like a gold-digging atmosphere in South America. And they all see how we can sell to Europe, to Germany, a lot of hydrogen. So they have big expectations now.
Yeah, it looks like a kind of psychology. Let's continue with the previous business model in which fuels were exported. But I would like to now open a new question. Felipe, we are thinking about building open source community around this software. But there are problems with such communities. How shall we control the versions of the software? What do you think, what would be the best way to do it?
Controlling the version and the usage of the model, you mean?
Yes, well, yeah. Anybody can now
download it,
change and upgrade the software, but it might go in a wrong direction.
Yeah, so that's very interesting point. Maybe that's the downside of making the model fully open source. So maybe we need to rethink that a little bit, but I still believe in open source. So I think when you build a community, it's important to have communication channels. And in this particular case, I think that's what we need to do. We need to open communication channels. We need to, at some point, we actually discussed about maybe creating some type of competition for people using H2RES, some small webinars, seminars about H2RES, and making this public through different pages like GitHub is proven to be very useful. So there are a bunch of also other similar open source models like Dispasset, Osmosis, and it can be done, but it needs to be well documented, channels that can actually help you communicate the results, issues, blogs, and so on. So I believe we can actually do that. It's a little bit work in progress right now. We have a website. We still need to develop it a little bit. We have a GitHub account in which users can actually post issues, ideas, improvements, or any errors that you might be facing. So communication will be the first step on my mind.
May I ask also something? Yep. Felipe, did you take advantage of models available on GitHub for your model, or did you create it completely on your own?
No, that's a good point. So we don't need to invent the wheel again. So there are a bunch of very good models in the literature. So we base some of the ideas in H2RES on, for instance, energy plan. The way we model the transport sector is, I would say, 90% the way energy plan does it. On the power sector, we also took a lot of ideas from Dispasset. So we are basically trying to get the best that we can find out there, and also tweaking that and adding our own ideas and components to the modeling. But yeah, I mean, and especially if you see these planning models, I mean, some of the constraints and some of the decisions that needs to be made are standard. So we need to we don't need to do that again. So we try to take the best of the models that we find, those that are open source and available to the community, and we try to improve from them.
My compliments for that. Sometimes I have the impression everybody is inventing the wheel from new, load it up to GitHub and say everybody can use, but nobody uses and makes it again by its own. But so it's good that you take advantage of that.
We actually started from the Dispasset model. I mean, the whole idea of the project at the beginning was maybe linking Dispasset with energy plan or different models. But then, as Neven said, I went in my own direction maybe. So, but we took some of these models and we built from them, and but that's basically the approach that we took.
Henrik, you were very successful at building a huge energy plan community, but you decided never to go open access, open source.
Open source,
yeah. Yeah, open source.
Yeah. That's right, and this is definitely something we have considered a lot. But I'll start the story. When I started programming this, I've been programming models for many years and also collaborated with software companies and also did other models that are now commercial software and so on by software companies. But when I started this model here, a very dear friend of me, maybe known to somebody here, Anders N. Andersen from the software company EMD that sells wind program and also energy programs. He said to me, Henrik, you have to consider something here. Either you make it user-friendly, so others can use it. And then your model will live. Or you don't, and your model will die. That's the basic choice. And then he also said to me, Henrik, if you choose to make it user-friendly and there'll be a lot of users, your life will be a hell because they'll require changes all the time. But I went for that strategy on his advice, and that's also how, and we made it a freeware. And of course we've been considering very much it because I very much appreciate the thought of open source. But working along with this here, I also see some risk. And those risks are so big to me that we have not developed open source yet. The risks are, and that's also for you to consider, now you have a well-defined product. It has a name, H2 Race. You make it open source. Somebody take it, change something. Now, that new version, what is that? That's also H2 Race. And if they start using it, for example, Balmoral in Denmark is used that way. There is an engineering company that uses it in their version. There is Marie, have you heard, that uses it in her version. And there are different versions. So Balmoral is not Balmoral. It's different versions of Balmoral. So how do you communicate what you're doing if it's not at least well defined? And what also happens is that all those different versions are not documented. So if you have a calculation from one of those engineering companies using it, it's not documented what is between the input and the output. And that's the risk you're running, using the same name for different things that is not documented or well defined. And as a researcher, I don't like that. So what we are saying in Entity Plan is there's one thing that is called Entity Plan, then it comes in different versions because we develop it. But there's only one Entity Plan model. And it's always fully documented. And we take responsibility for that being full documented, being a freeware. The documentation is always there and it's always available to download. That is the responsibility we do. Now that said, we like to communicate and involve anyone, so we developed what I call a semi-open source environment. And that semi-open source environment is that anyone who do any type of programming, and then you can choose whatever language you wish, Python or whatever language, as long as you end up in an execute file. If you provide that execute file, then it can always be included in the Entity Plan model and open from the inside the Entity Plan model. And you can use it, and we also have facilities so you can execute the Entity Plan model from Excel or MATLAB or whatever type of programming you're using. So you can have that, and we have several such add-ons and invite anyone. And then it will be the glory and the honor of those people who do those add-ons, and also their responsibility to document it and communicate it and so on and so forth. And following up on the simulation optimization discussions, for example, now several approaches have been made where you use MATLAB or Excel to actually use the Entity Plan model as a solver that you can then use in optimization modeling or processes as one attempt of that. Yeah, and so that's our philosophy so far.
Thank you for this very insightful comments. We'll see how we will try to build a community. We still don't have a final idea. Anton, if you can put the last slide, please. Okay, I can do it here. Okay, so I would like to open a competition on H2S. If you manage to run 100% renewable country model, you get a fee waiver on one of the next SDEWES conferences. So this is a kind of starter for community building. You should satisfy some conditions. It should be cheaper than the fossil fuel scenario, of course. It should be quite easy to achieve that unless you go to huge amounts of hydrogen. Of course, it should not be fully hydro country because we already have 100% renewable hydro countries. So it should be based mostly on variable renewables. And the biomass has to be used in sustainable amounts. And with this opening of the competition, I would like to thank the panelists who brought us some very good insights and invite everybody for the coffee break. This session is closed. Thank you. Quick. Hello. I hope you have recuperated after yesterday's party. And we have an honor today to have invited talk of Dr. Şiir Kilkiş, the only invited speaker who is here with us. The others were all online. So she is a brave person coming to join us here in Dubrovnik with the brave people who are all vaccinated and happy to retake the life back. Thank you all for that. Dr. Şiir Kilkiş is a very special person. She's a kind of our child, of SDEWES child, because she came to the conference after doing her PhD and started working really hard as part of this conference. She developed SDEWES Index for cities, which we are very proud of. That's an index that shows how different cities are doing well in being sustainable or not being sustainable. As part of SDEWES conference, she did numerous special issues in energy conversion and management as a guest editor, and I would like to thank her for that also. And she has then become a lead author on the assessment report 6, working group 3 of the IPCC panel. So she is now doing an extremely important work on building a new assessment report that will show us how to mitigate climate change. She's also a member of Earth Commission Working Group on Translation and Methods and Steering Committee of Future Urban Knowledge Action Network. So very important work, and I would like now Şiir to come and take the floor. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here, and it's a great pleasure to share enabling pathways towards sustainable urban system scenarios for effective climate mitigation. It is clear that we still need to reverse course in reducing total greenhouse gas emissions and do so decisively and quickly across all of its components. Annual greenhouse gas emission reductions need to be about 2 gigaton equivalent per year on average and sustained across the world to approach net zero emissions by mid-century. The distributions of greenhouse gas emissions differs widely across the regions of the world, while decoupling opportunities exist for all of them, and we will be exploring those for urban areas in this presentation. The recent IPCC report on the physical science basis also reiterated once again that CO2 emissions need to be halved globally from present levels by 2030 for any chance of remaining within 1.5 degrees Celsius. And this defines the scenario SSP1 1.9 that respects this temperature goal in the best estimates, while this is not the case for the other SSP1 scenario 2.6 that in the very likely range exceeds 2 degrees Celsius of global warming. Just as we have science-based scenarios at the global and regional scales, there has been a need for urban-level emission scenarios within this framework. What we have now is basically static urban footprints that do show us a good deal of information, while putting this in a time across scenarios is what is needed to guide the urban areas. This has been done by combining different data inputs with recent urban emission trends by region, an urban share of the total population by SSP, together with spatially explicit SSP representative concentration pathway projections of the coupled model intercomparison project phase 6, CMIM6. And this has been done using footprints from 13,000 urban areas. And together for 7 different scenarios with different urbanization qualities, including rapid and walkable and compact urban form versus dispersed urban form, with different qualities across electrification, renewable energy deployment, energy and material efficiency, technology development and innovation, as well as behavioral and lifestyle responses that are embedded in these scenario descriptions. In the context of SSP 1.9, urban emissions reduced from about 28.6 gigatons CO2 in 2020, that represents about 71.4% of the global total CO2 and methane emissions, about 40 gigatons CO2 equivalent, excluding aviation, shipping, and biogenic emission sources, that reduced to about 3.3 gigatons CO2 equivalent in 2050. And at this point in time, this represents about 75.9% of the emissions in that year. In the context of SSP 2.6, urban emissions reduced much more gradually, reaching about 17.2 gigatons CO2 equivalent in 2050, and this represents about 80.9% of the emissions in that point in time. So what will it take to transform urban systems? The way cities continue to be planned, interact with the energy system, and utilize resources will be essential. In the perspective of urban land, here we see the difference in the urban land area in 2050 that ranges from 0.7 million kilometers squared across different scenarios, while modifying emerging urbanization for more walkable form can reduce 20 by 25% of the future urban energy use until 2050. There are also studies that show that integrating measures across urban sectors realizes synergies in greenhouse gas emission reductions, and transcending the sectors can enable greater mitigation pathways, while continuing to build cities the same way as before may require nearly 90 billion tons of materials by 2050. This underlines the importance of integrating urban land use and spatial planning, urban energy planning, as well as resource efficiency, while capturing opportunities for lowering energy and resource use and increasing energy and flexibility. Considering 100% renewable energy infrastructure and consumption patterns only for the new urban population is insufficient. Here we see the blue shaded areas that indicate what will happen if 1/3, 2/3, and all of the new urban population in each region will transition to 100% renewable energy. So for this, in considering how all of the urban areas can support such scenarios, additional data sets have been integrated for SSP 1 population projections per urban area and 100% renewable energy trends. This has been done using the global human settlement layer, as well as a recent publication that provides urban population by SSP per urban cluster. Together with an additional SSP 1 scenario that is constructed based on 100% renewable energy trends as a driver of the global energy transition towards sustainability. So in this case, we have a new SSP 1 renewable energy scenario, again with urbanization quality of rapid and compact, with the additional component of electrification and flexibility that is at its highest level in this scenario. And this has been done with a focus on the top 500 urban areas with the highest footprint responsibility, and 420 of them being harmonized across the urban data sets and included in this analysis. So let's look at the 420 urban areas in these scenarios. Among the 71.4% responsibility of urban areas, the 420 urban areas are responsible for a share about 27%. And in this figure, we see the orange shaded area on the bottom part, indicating the share of these 400 urban areas with the highest footprint responsibility. What are the urban implications? The urban implications are again compact urban form with widespread electrification and efficiency. And the mitigation solutions in alignment with this includes electric mobility, heat pumps, large-scale heat pumps, renewable energy, and material efficiency. In the next scenario, SSP 2.6, the share of the 420 urban areas changes only between 27 and 17%, including reductions from 2020. And the urban implications are following the same principles, but with relatively slower progress in the urban areas. This shows the scenario for the 100% renewable energy, and emphasizing that it requires key support from urban areas to increase system flexibility. And the urban implications for this scenario is supporting system flexibility to enable 100% renewable energy penetration, and the description of this scenario relative to the other scenarios are electrification and flexibility at its highest level and renewable energy deployment at its highest level. In addition to such solutions as electric mobility and the other components, this has a greater emphasis on vehicle-to-grid, power-to-heat, smart energy systems, including smart thermal networks, as well as material efficiency. These are the implications. So where are these 420 urban areas located? Well, these are located across all regions of the world, the 420 areas with the highest consumption-based emissions from North America to those in Asia and Pacific, and these are showing the 9 regions, and let's look at these 9 regions one by one. Starting from Northern and Western Europe, 31 of the top 420 urban areas are located in this region and responsible for about half a gigaton CO2 emissions equivalent in 2020 that would need to be significantly reduced in 2030, 2040, and 2050, approaching about zero emissions in the SSP1 renewable energy scenario, with emissions remaining in the other scenarios, with implications for more need for negative emissions later on. The top 10 urban areas in this region, from London to Zurich, would need to reduce their total footprint about 318 megatons CO2 equivalent by 2050, with about half within the next decades, while reductions in the SSP1 2.6 scenario remain just over half in 2050, largely foregoing a missed 1.5 degrees Celsius target. While for these urban areas in Northern and Western Europe, supporting 100% renewable energy scenarios would provide opportunities to eliminate about 388 megatons CO2 equivalent of urban emissions in 2050. What are the urban areas taking action, and what are the opportunities? As one of the top 3 urban areas, London has become the first 12 cities declaring divesting from fossil fuels for a green and just recovery. It is also one of the cities with a fossil fuel ban and restrictions for natural gas use in buildings. Paris, with the Paris Climate Action Plan, has also a target to focus on the outer Paris footprint and has a 100% renewable energy target in 2050, while phasing out petrol-powered mobility in 2030. And Berlin has an obligatory target to reduce CO2 emissions by 70% by 2030, while targeting climate neutrality by 2045. And a recent Berlin Climate Protection Act has been adopted in August of this year, making the complete shift for the urban energy system and beyond. Supporting 100% renewable energy in these 3 areas will have significant energy, air quality, and climate cost savings in 2050 by about $236 billion, based on the SSP1 population projections, as well as per capita cost saving estimates per capita that is calculated here. The next region, Southern Eastern Europe. 32 of the top 420 urban areas are located in this region, again responsible for about half a gigaton CO2 emissions responsibility in 2020. That would need to be significantly reduced in 2030, 2040, according to the scenarios, and 2050, approaching about zero emissions in the SSP1 renewable energy scenario, with emissions remaining in the other 2 scenarios. Let's look at the top 10 urban areas, from Istanbul to Kiev. The top 10 urban areas in Southern Eastern Europe would need to reduce their total footprint by about 352 megatons CO2 equivalent by 2050 in the SSP1 1.9 scenario, while reductions in SSP1 2.6 remain less than half in 2050, again foregoing a missed 1.5 degrees Celsius target. In contrast, for these urban areas, supporting 100% renewable energy scenarios provide opportunities to eliminate about 400 megatons CO2 equivalent of urban emissions in 2050. What are the urban areas doing now, and what are the opportunities? Istanbul can learn from other urban areas and plan for realizing higher reduction targets. This would also support the national strategy for smart and sustainable cities that are adding value to welfare, and support increasing the performance of the city in the SDEWES index. As the next 2 cities in this region, Both Madrid and Barcelona support the national 100% renewable energy target of Spain by 2050, and overall, Europe is where cities are mostly adopting net zero and renewable energy targets together. And Barcelona may even update its renewable energy target after the European climate law. And making the complete shift for urban energy system and beyond, 400% renewable energy in these 3 urban areas will have significant energy, air quality, and climate cost savings. In Eurasia, 44 of the top 420 urban areas are located in this region, with again a little bit more than half a gigaton CO2 emissions equivalent in 2020. That would need to be significantly reduced in 2030 according to the scenarios, 2040 and 2050, approaching about zero emissions in the SSP1 renewable energy scenario, with emissions remaining in the other 2 scenarios to various extents. Let's look at the top 10 urban areas in this region, from Moscow to Rostov-on-Don. The 10 urban areas in this region would need to reduce their total footprint by about 289 megatons CO2 equivalent by 2050 in the SSP1 1.9 scenario, while reductions in SSP1 2.6 remain limited. In contrast, for these urban areas, supporting 100% renewable energy scenarios provide opportunities to eliminate about 324 megatons CO2 equivalent of urban emissions in 2050. What are the actions urban areas in Eurasia are taking, and what are the opportunities? Moscow intends a major urban area to be zero emissions by 2030, but for the rest of the urban area, there is still much more opportunities. And the region is already impacted by several extreme climate events. St. Petersburg has a climate strategy to 2030, while mostly focusing on climate adaptation without mitigation targets. And cities and urban areas in this region of Eurasia are taking also net zero targets, while the city from Kazakhstan is not Almaty, but Nur-Sultan. And this is the city from Kazakhstan that is part of the race to zero by 2050. And making the complete shift for the urban energy system and beyond, for the 3 urban areas that are shown here, will have significant energy, air quality, and climate cost savings in 2050. In Asia and Pacific, 87 of the top 420 urban areas are located in China, with about 2.5 gigatons CO2 emissions responsibility in 2020 that would need to be significantly reduced once again in 2030, 2040, and 2050, with emissions remaining in the first 2 scenarios while approaching closer to zero emissions in the SSP1 renewable energy scenario. Let's look at the top 10 urban areas in this region, from Hong Kong to Baitu. The 10 urban areas in this region will need to reduce their total footprint by about 1 gigaton CO2 equivalent in 2050, with about half within the next decades, while reductions in SSP1 2.6 remain limited, and again supporting the foregoing of the missed 1.5 degrees Celsius opportunity. For these urban areas, supporting 100% renewable energy will provide opportunities to eliminate about 1.1 gigaton CO2 emissions of urban emissions in 2050. And what are the actions urban areas in this part of Asia and Pacific? What are they taking, and what are the opportunities? Hong Kong has declared a commitment to net zero while focusing mostly on zero-emission buses, and it's clear that it will take much more integrated mitigation solutions to bring this urban area towards net zero. In contrast, Shanghai, as one of the megacities, has a mechanism to coordinate fragmented policymaking, with renewable energy policies increasing in the last years based on empirical studies. And it is also one of the urban areas that is implementing both a low-emission zone and vehicle ban as part of mitigation efforts. Guangzhou can learn from other urban areas, including the 2035 goals in Tianjin, to integrate renewable energy in district networks, and particularly in the case of Guangzhou, district cooling can be an opportunity, and making the complete shift for urban energy system and beyond for these 3 urban areas will have and provide opportunities for significant benefits, including for air quality. In another part of Asia and Pacific, 29 of the top 420 urban areas are located in this part of the world and responsible for a little less than half a gigaton CO2 emissions equivalent in 2020, with different changes across the scenarios in 2030, 2040, and 2050, also considering decoupling opportunities while improving welfare. let's look at the top 10 urban areas from Delhi to Karachi in this region that will need to reduce their total footprint by about 275 megatons CO2 equivalent in 2050, with about 20% reduction in 2030 on average across these urban areas in the SSP 1.9 scenario. While in the next scenario, total emissions do not even start reducing until 2050, when there's a minor reduction. Similarly, for these urban areas, supporting 100% renewable energy scenarios provide opportunities to eliminate about 327 megaton of CO2 equivalent of urban emissions in 2050. And what are the actions urban areas in this part of the world are taking, and what are the opportunities? Delhi aims to transition to clean and efficient cooling within a city network alliance. Mumbai aims for net zero CO2 emissions by 2050 while also working to address water challenges due to climate change as a related initiative, and Bangalore and the region has a 6 gigawatt wind solar energy target for 2021 that would also improve its performance in the SDEWES index, and making a complete shift for these 3 urban areas will also have significant co-benefits. In other parts of Asia and Pacific, 36 of the urban areas are located in this part of the world, with a little bit more than 1 gigaton CO2 emissions equivalent urban responsibility in 2020 that would need to be reduced significantly in 2030, following the next decade, 2040, and 2050. Let's look at the top 10 urban areas in this region from Tokyo to Brisbane. These 10 urban areas will need to reduce their footprint by about 1 gigaton CO2 equivalent in 2050. While reductions in the SSP 2.6 scenario remain limited, and for these urban areas, supporting 100% renewable energy scenarios would provide opportunities to eliminate about 1 gigaton CO2 emissions equivalent in 2050. As the actions of urban areas in this region, Tokyo has a recent urban rail line that runs on 100% renewable energy from hydropower and geothermal energy, as well as a zero-emission Tokyo strategy that is implementing for 2050. And Singapore has adopted the Green Plan that aims to quadruple solar energy deployment by the year 2025, while phasing out natural gas would need extra policies. And Seoul aims to reduce total citywide emissions by 40% in 2030 in comparison to previous years towards net zero, while there are still opportunities remaining to make a complete shift in the urban energy system and beyond, for supporting 100% renewable energy in these 3 urban areas. 42 of the top 400 urban areas are located in Middle East and Africa, mostly in Middle East, and are responsible for about 1 gigaton CO2 equivalent in 2020 that would need to reduce significantly in the next decades, 2030, 2040, and leading to mid-century, with different outcomes based on the scenarios. And when we look at the top 10 urban areas in this region, from Riyadh to Durban, the urban areas in this region would need to reduce their total footprint in the context of SSP 1.9 to about 585 megatons CO2 equivalent in 2050. While reductions remain much limited in this part, with only about a 3% reduction in 2030, according to the SSP 2.6 scenario, while for these urban areas, supporting 100% renewable energy scenarios would provide opportunities to eliminate about more than half a gigaton CO2 emissions in 2050. What are the actions urban areas in this part of the world taking? Overall, cities in the Middle East region lag behind adopting net zero and renewable energy targets, while Dubai is an exception. Dubai is involved in a citywide net zero CO2 emissions target by 2050, with a 75% renewable energy target for this urban area. The recent report of the IPCC also emphasized that urban areas are already experiencing total warming to various extents. In the case of Tehran, already 2 degrees of total warming has been exceeded due to the combined effect of urban and surrounding warming. So there are important climate impacts to be avoided when there's collective action across all the urban areas. And when the urban areas make the complete shift, also co-benefits apply to this region. Latin America, 40 of the top 400 urban areas are located in this region, with a little bit more than half a gigaton CO2 emissions responsibility in 2020 that would need to be reduced significantly in 2030, 2040, and in the next decades. In the scenario, SSP 1.9, The top 10 urban areas in this region will need to reduce their total footprint by about 400 megatons CO2 equivalent in 2050. And here we see the values from Mexico City to Guadalajara, while reductions in SSP 1 2.6 remain limited and not even reducing until 2035, as we see here. For these urban areas, supporting 100% renewable energy scenarios provide opportunities to eliminate about 508 megatons CO2 equivalent of urban emissions in 2050. And some of the actions that cities and urban areas in this part of the world are taking include those of Mexico City. A recent climate action program, 2021-2030, coordinates the carbon neutrality goals. A new plan, Clima, for São Paulo has priority areas guided towards zero carbon by 2050 that can also improve its SDEWES index value while providing benefits to the inhabitants of that megacity. And Buenos Aires has a new climate action plan for 2050 for reducing emissions by 53% by 2030. And making the complete shift also implies multiple co-benefits for this region. In North America, 79 of the top 420 urban areas are located in this region and being responsible for about 3 gigatons CO2 emissions equivalent in 2020. That would need to be reduced significantly in the upcoming decades, 2030, 2040, and 2050, across all the 3 SSP1 scenarios. And the top 10 urban areas from New York urban agglomeration to Atlanta will need to reduce their footprints by about 1.3 gigatons CO2 emissions equivalent in 2050. While reductions in the next scenario remain limited, as we see here, with only less than 10% reduction taking place by 2030. And for these urban areas, supporting 100% renewable energy scenarios provide opportunities to eliminate about 1.4 gigatons CO2 emissions equivalent of urban emissions in 2050. New York and the region is supporting 100% renewable energy for city operations, while this has a share only 8% in total electricity emissions. Los Angeles has 100% renewable energy for energy supply by 2045, and Chicago targets to reduce the emissions based on a renewed regional climate action plan. And of course, there will be more co-benefits for these urban areas depending on the scenarios taken. So what kind of urban areas do we want to see in 2050? Urban areas that are providing energy, health, and climate-related benefits for urban inhabitants are possible across all the regions of the world. And here we see the quantifications, also with implications for the Sustainable Development Goals, clean and affordable energy, good health and well-being, climate action, as well as sustainable cities and communities. Especially in the region of Asia and Pacific, the benefits from air quality are also significant, along with the other benefits quantified here. And making contributions to sustainable development is not limited only to the Sustainable Development Goals, but to sustainable development in general that will continue after 2030. There's also an important element of urban governance. If each of these urban areas reach the SSP1 renewable energy values within plus or minus 10% randomly, progress towards net zero can still be within sight, but there's a very narrow range. Here we see the results of what will happen if there's a random compliance with the targets based on 10,000 Monte Carlo simulations. And here we see the results for 2025, 2030, 2035, 2040, and the 5-year increments leading to 2050. So it is possible. While there's also another dimension that I would like to emphasize, land use efficiency. For this, the 3 SSP1 scenarios for urban emissions are coupled with scenarios considering land use efficiency. So in addition to the 420 urban areas, 10 of the top urban areas in each of the 9 regions for 90 urban areas are given additional scenarios based on what will happen for the land use, the built-up land, based on existing trends. And additional indicator on land use efficiency that is tracked according to SDG 11.3 is extracted from the global human settlement layer for each of these urban areas. And the scenarios are what will happen if the existing land use efficiency for the urban area will have 5% improvements every 5 years, a 15% improvement every 10 years, or conversions to regional average land use efficiency values, or a transition to the best regional land use efficiency values. So this, in addition to the emissions, what will happen in the urban built-up land area. Land use efficiency is the ratio of the rate of land consumption over the population growth rate that we see here, and knowing the existing value of the land use efficiency together with the scenarios and the population projections per urban area enable calculating what will happen for the urban built-up area. So together with the urban level SSP1 scenarios, land use efficiency scenarios for specific urban areas are obtained. And here we see a two-dimensional scenario space. On the vertical axis, the emissions in 2020, and on the horizontal axis, the land use in 2020. In 2020, the 90 urban areas were responsible for about 6 gigatons CO2 equivalent of emissions, and the urban areas covered about 86,000 kilometers squared of built-up area. We can also see that similar emissions, for example, Greater Tokyo area and Los Angeles, they have different built-up area based on urban planning, while a different case based on development. This time similar built-up area, but different urban emissions, for example, Moscow and Calcutta. Here on the top 3 scatter plots, we see what will happen with the SSP 1.9 scenario with 5% improvement in land use efficiency, and we see that it's insufficient to contain the growth of fast-growing urban areas, with the dots almost running away based on the built-up area. And the total increase in the urban built-up area is shown by the yellow bars that we see in the bottom. In SSP 1.2.6, with 15% improvement in land use efficiency, this is only better in limiting built-up area, while this time insufficient for limiting urban emissions. In comparison, the SSP1 renewable energy with land use efficiency values converging to regional averages, this is better only for limiting urban emissions. So it's a really two-dimensional scenario space, and an SSP1 renewable energy scenario with convergence to regional best land use efficiency values, this is now better in both dimensions, both emissions as well as land use, also emphasizing the importance of integrating urban land use and spatial planning with energy planning and mitigation efforts in general. So let's look at this strategy in more detail. In 2030, the 90 urban areas progress towards 100% renewable energy while limiting growth in built-up area to about 6.3 thousand kilometers squared, which is the lower bound of these scenarios, while the built-up area is increasing relatively more modestly, and in 2050 it would be about 11.9 thousand kilometers squared. So this represents the double challenge of urban areas, decoupling urban population growth from emission impacts as well as land use change. But even in this scenario with the best land use efficiency, land use change in local biomes will have cumulative emission penalties. For this, an additional indicator from the global human settlement layer for local biomes per urban area has been extracted and combined together with the CO2 sequestration potential of those local biomes for these urban areas. And given that 1 kilometer squared of urban area, when land use change is realized, it will have cumulative impacts on the carbon sinks and the CO2 emissions. So on a cumulative basis, adding this for all the 90 urban areas, there can be a penalty about 1 gigaton of CO2 emissions. What will this imply when we look back to those scenario projections? Here we see that it can reverse some of the progress that is made while reaching net zero in 2050, according to the previous results. When this component of emissions is added, it can actually reverse about 5 years of progress towards net zero, requiring additional mitigation, for example, urban areas supporting additional reforestation, or also bringing nature back into the cities, for example, through urban green and blue infrastructure. Urban areas can also be enablers of action for smart energy systems. And beyond the top emitting 420 urban areas that is shown in this presentation, other urban areas can be pioneers for net zero emissions much earlier. In the SDEWES index, Copenhagen was ranked first among 120 urban areas benchmarked according to this indicator. And here we see the plan of Copenhagen for 2025 and a recent roadmap for 2021 and 2025 placing an emphasis on carbon-neutral district heating by 2025 and energy system flexibility based on integration for future energy systems with heat pumps and power-to-X. There's also a part that emphasizes the partnerships for flexible electricity use at large scale, so urban areas can be enablers of smart energy systems. going towards sustainable urban systems is truly a multidimensional effort, and the SDEWES index represents from energy to environmental quality, emissions, as well as urban planning and social welfare. Urban areas that would like to improve in all of the dimensions can find opportunities with the SDEWES index, while also supporting renewable energy penetration with improvements across multiple indicators and dimensions, and integrating urban and energy planning for decoupling emissions while achieving greater welfare. And even the pioneers can improve. They can improve by advancing together. On the left-hand side, we see the results of the existing performances of the 120 cities, but achieving collectively, even the pioneers, they can achieve a higher performance by zeroing their emissions, switching to 100% renewable electricity, and lowering the air pollution, and lowering also the ecological footprint. The recent mission on 100 climate-neutral cities under the European Green Deal provides opportunities for urban areas to achieve climate neutrality much sooner than the continent of Europe. And for this, an integrated approach is being emphasized that will be launched in the next weeks for net zero greenhouse gas emissions. In this way, urban areas can support the energy transition, and particularly the EU strategy on energy system integration that emphasizes the coordinated planning and operation of the energy system as a whole, and also improve the resource utilization. For example, the new Circular Economy and Action Plan emphasizes reducing the amount of total waste generated, and also the other strategies emphasizing modern renewable-based smart district heating and cooling systems. So there's a real opportunity for the urban areas here. In the 1.5 degree special report of the IPCC, this feasibility that is multidimensional is not only one dimension that composes feasibility, but is multidimensional was put forth. And here we see this result, for example, composing of economic, technological, institutional, and also including different dimensions extending to geophysical. But what is important here that after this report, a separate summary for urban policymakers was launched, because urban policymakers have a significant influence and opportunity for climate mitigation. The multidimensional feasibility emphasizes that feasibility is malleable. It can change according to the enabling conditions that are put in place or the barriers that are removed. And there's an important emphasis for the cross-sector coordination as enablers. This is also an important point of emphasis in the ongoing efforts. The existing AR6 includes the first chapter in urban systems, and this will provide the basis for the special report on cities and climate change in AR7. Feasibility has also been assessed at the scenario level, and in this publication we see that there are different concerns in different dimensions, but there's also temporal trade-off between early institutional transformation, including cross-sector collaboration, that can enable fewer challenges in technological concerns, social concerns, economic concerns, and risks later on. So strengthening cross-sector collaboration can avoid feasibility concerns later on, and this applies also to the local level. Now is the time to act beyond scenarios. Now is the time to realize the pathways. And enhancing system flexibility for the highest penetration of renewable energy requires urban-level contributions. A recent publication has emphasized the importance of demand flexibilization as an enabler, including important roles for vehicle-to-grid and power-to-heat. And urban areas have an important contribution in these type of flexibility opportunities. Another study has also showed that advancing from sector orientation to emerging sector coupling and urban system integration will provide opportunities to accelerate the mitigation efforts towards net zero targets. When urban areas want to compare their progress or targets adopted in comparison to the scenarios, all the values on the emissions side are available at a repository at GitHub as well as a wiki, and urban areas can search for their emission scenarios, especially based on the SSP1 Renewable Energy for Action. The 420 urban areas can mobilize to realize the pathways while implementing a wider view of integrated action. This week, with different presentations, invited lectures, panels, and your presentations, the 16th SDEWES conference has also emphasized some of these opportunities, including decoupling opportunities. So there's no other time to act and scale up than now. What kind of urban areas, what kind of a world do we want to see in 2030, 2040, and 2050? The choices and decisions that are made that impact emissions will allow us to see what kind of an outcome we will reach. But in all of this, integration, integrated action in urban areas, supporting renewable energy penetration and system flexibility will have an important role for the future of our planet, and outcomes will depend on enabling a shift to sustainability. Collective action across all regions for more sustainable urban systems. This is important. In this way, we can change intensified climate action that is intensifying with irreversible impacts continuing into intensified action for net zero. Targeting sustainable urban systems across the world can make a world of a difference. And once again, from Dubrovnik, long live our planet as we know it. Thank you.
Thank you, Şiir, for excellent and very extensive invited talk. We can see now where the SDEWES index has grown to. It's quite impressive what it has achieved. Thank you for that. Before I open the floor for discussion, I have one question from my side. You have shown quite clearly that the compactness of the future cities, it's one of the crucial things. Does it mean that we are going back to the Mediterranean city concept, which used to be very compact, like Dubrovnik? Or we are going more to the Masdar direction with its transport underground? Is it the end of the American dream of the urban sprawl? This is what I read from your lecture.
Yes, in this aspect, urban planning and land use especially is very important for urban areas. This can be done in multiple ways, also based on where the urban areas are located. So for especially in this part of the world, I very much enjoy how everything here is walkable and not needing too much an autocentric point of planning, but very walkable to integrate it with the nature, and so there's that type of opportunity. There's also a distinction between building upward and in space. So, for example, this can, for example, Masdar, it's because the steel and all the materials that are used in those urban areas, that can also be an additional aspect of urban footprint. So it's a really multidimensional challenge, but the compactness enables walkability. It also enables co-location and the co-location of employment opportunities and different opportunities in cities, and this reduces the energy demand. So in this way, the way urban areas are planned can really change and perhaps positively lock in different behavioral changes that can be taken. So there's more than one opportunity, but of course, one thing that's clear is planning cities to remain sprawling, particularly like in the United States, this will increase energy demand, so this is not desirable.
Okay, I'm opening now floor for discussion. Questions? Natasha, is there a microphone there?
Thank you, Şiir, for this really excellent lecture and showing us that this new focus on urban areas is very important. And I see now that a great extension of the standard IPCC work on SSP's scenarios combined with RCP with a new dimension that is scenarios focusing on urban areas.
Yes.
And at the very beginning, you showed us that these new scenarios include a number of dimensions relevant for urban areas, and all of them are, in a way, qualitatively specified. For example, renewable energy deployment, rapid or urbanization rapid or not that much rapid or so on. So my question would be how these newly introduced attributes, I would call them, or dimensions, which we have a kind of a qualitative assessment for them, were translated to integrated assessment models in a language that they can understand.
Yes. Thank you very much for this excellent question. And as you mentioned specifically, there was no scenarios for urban areas before the study. Part we collaborated, but part is done and included in the repository very recently. But there's also, for example, fragmented knowledge across the different publications. So, for example, the urban characteristics, they come from separate publication on Django and Neil. In the different scenario works, there has been descriptions, but all of them have also been synthesized for this research and put together for the urban implications. So, for example, qualitatively, yes, electrification, but what does electrification mean for urban areas? What does it mean for electrification of buildings, of transport, and not only that, but given the concentration of people and activities in urban areas, what that implies for the support of urban areas in these scenarios. Indicator by indicator, maybe this is a little bit complicated, but at least when we put this into the SSP, the Shared Socioeconomic Pathway, and RCP, the Representative Concentration Pathway context, it is indicating at what level of emissions is there to enable the radiative forcing at the end of century. So 1.9 is 1.9 watt per meter squared at the end of century. 2.6 for the rest of the participants is 2.6 watt per meter squared at the end of the century. So in order to keep these representative concentration pathways, what are the emission reductions necessary? Previously, when we don't have this combined SSP, RCP framework, it can be very creative, for example, without respecting what the emission reductions need to be in order to achieve our temperature goals. So in this way, it has been translated, especially the RCP part has allowed translating the necessary emission reductions in order to keep with the known sensitivities, existing temperature goals in this century. So in the translation, the RCP part has been especially important, not only the SSP part that shows more of the socioeconomic developments, but the combined framework. And also our first invited lecturer in the 16th SDEWES conference was part of making this SSP, RCP combined framework. But one novelty, an additional novelty, is translating this to the 13,000 urban area footprints. These were collected, aggregated, also put into regions, implemented with the trends in these scenarios. For the 100% renewable energy, also a separate study. So it is combining this different data sets and using these different data sets to make the analysis.
Thank you, Şiir.
Thank you very much.
More questions? Yes, Domenico?
Thank you for your enlightening presentation. And I have a couple of questions, one single question that is a couple of question mark. First one is, you spoke of these zero emission cities. So my question is, what about storage? Do you have an idea of what type of storage we can have in order to have zero emission? And the second one is, do you think there is a possible change in this scenario related to the fact that the COVID has improved a little bit the use of smart working, so reducing of commuting people, and probably also there is the possibility that someone decide to stay out of the city for reducing living costs, for example. My question is there any analysis of the COVID effect on this, or should be done later? Thank you for both of the questions. I will start with your first question. Your first question asked about the specific storage, especially when, for example, the existing infrastructure, it will be a transition, but it's how much the cities are able to use
for example, their electric vehicles or in their district heating, the power to heat, how much they're able to use these type of flexibility options will reduce the need for grid-level storage. So there's a trade-off, a very valuable trade-off that urban areas can use their advantage and to support the energy system more generally. This is relating to how much grid-level storage would be necessary, which is more expensive, versus the opportunities that urban areas can contribute to support the broader flexibility in the energy system. And this is relating all to the modeling community that is represented here. But definitely for low-cost solutions, not relying on grid storage that much, but mostly looking at the urban level flexibility options is important. For different like carbon capture and storage, this is a complex issue, but for example, in the multidimensional feasibility that was also included in the IPCC special report on 1.5 degree Celsius of global warming, there's one dimension that's geophysical. So this is useful to differentiate between the feasibility concerns across different options. Now to your second question on COVID. COVID and urban areas has drawn a lot of attention, especially what will be the future urbanization, how it will impact, for example, shared mobility and different options that are useful for mitigation. But basically, there are different perspectives. For example, the population density is not necessarily related to the infection rates, but it's more about overcrowding or unhealthy living conditions that can also be linked for poverty, for example. On the other side, urban areas can provide more opportunities for access to healthcare infrastructure. So this is a positive aspect. So at this part, it's more the cities are focusing how I can make my urban area more sustainable, more livable, more... So there has been a trend to pedestrianism, some streets being closed and made into bicyclable or walkable districts. There has also been efforts to bring nature into the city, so there are more green areas to support some place for fresh air. Also, another aspect that was also emphasized in the co-benefits is the air quality. There has been a very important study, I believe, coming from Harvard University that showed that people who are exposed to long-term air pollution have a lower immunity or a lower defense against such respiratory infections, including COVID-19. So for this aspect, it would seem that cities can be more resilient when they have better air quality, provide better services, energy services, health services to their urban inhabitants. So it's really about this multidimensional aspect and using the opportunity to enable sustainable urban systems, energy, health, environment, water, transportation, and all of these aspects are needed to be taken into account by the urban planners.
Reinhard had a question.
Thank you very much for this nice presentation. Actually, I do not have a question. I have just a comment, and it is rather a comment on a, let's say, higher level. So currently, a lot of work is done regarding urbanization in different countries worldwide. We did something on Austria. I also had a project with Senegal in Africa. But on the other hand, I think if somebody moves from a rural area to a city, in most cases, his or her carbon footprint decreases. Mm-hmm. And in cities, you have, I would say, much more perfect infrastructure than you have in the rural area, with respect to health, with respect to electricity, with respect to heating in northern countries. So I think it might be of interest to have some research on this issue of ruralization, urbanization, and how would finally be the optimal structure in different countries. Because it is clear that not everybody can move to a large city. We have to retain our agricultural areas, our forestry areas, and so on. And so an additional further going research could maybe we can discuss tomorrow when we have this session on the future research projects, be in this direction, that we do not forget the problems of the rural areas and strive for an optimal, let's say, balance between rural and urban areas. And once more, thank you very much for this very nice presentation.
Thank you very much. I very much agree, and one thing you helped me emphasize, I can take one more sentence on this, the way that urban areas are planned to be more compact will also have benefits for preserving the agricultural areas and forest areas, so I would like to re-emphasize based on your explanation once again here. Thank you.
We have the question there, but I will take also one question before that from online. Regarding the flexibility options, what is usually seen as a possibility of the compactness of the city is storing energy in hot or cold water. And a participant with a very interesting name, anonymous attendee, asks, you mentioned the potential of district cooling. What do you see as the main challenge in implementing district energy in developing world cities?
Very good question, and greetings to all the online participants as well. But implementing district cooling, especially in developing countries, part maybe the planning, where the district cooling networks will be more cost optimal, finding those places where the densities, either the population or thermal energy densities exist in that urban area is important. So there's a very important planning component of this. For example, Delhi, it's one of the cities in a alliance, actually in one of the city networks, but focusing how to increase district level, for example, heating and cooling cooling, and it is focusing this as an alliance, so learning from each other how we can attract the investment. This is one, of course, to implement it after the planning, the investment needs to be attracted, but it can also be sometimes an institutional barrier. So the institutional barrier might favor more building level solutions versus more district level solutions, and even not phasing out some of the opportunities, or there's a power dynamics related to the energy transition. So as much as these opportunities are supported with the correct knowledge, the correct information, and the required necessary planning aspects, it would be, I think, also the finance sector now is changing their strategy because they're perceiving the climate risks. And the risk is very much related to the direction of the investment flows and resource flows taking place. So if this perception of risk of the growing and intensifying climate impacts taking across all of the world, from wildfires to intensified hurricanes and just more slow-on events of increasing heat, but if this all put together with the risks on one side and the benefits on the other, I see no reason why such solutions should not be implemented.
Yeah, I think you mentioned the right word that actually gives direction, which is institutional support. We can see examples of excellent implementation of district cooling in Singapore and Dubai, for example, and really bad examples in Hong Kong, where everything is done on a building basis. And then it's much more complicated to make synergies that we can usually have from compactness of the city. And these are very compact cities in a way. We had one more question there, and that will be the last question.
Hello, I'm Hrvoje from University of Zagreb. At the beginning you mentioned that Berlin, London and some other cities are devoted to first reduce the greenhouse gases emissions and then achieve complete carbon neutrality. But what are the actual measures that they are thinking about now, and what are the priority of these measures to achieve this sustainability? Is this in the sector of heating or transport, which are one of the most problematic now? And what are the solutions, for example, in heating sectors that they are looking for? Is this some district systems or electric heaters or something else?
Thank you very much for this question. And of course, the options and the priorities of these cities matter. And for example, some of the cities with the more comprehensive strategies, they are including expansion of the district heating and or cooling network. So there is the district level solutions emphasized, but the nature of these strategies, they are changing. But all of the cities, I think they're realizing that more coordinated action going beyond the view of a single sector, for example, as buildings, but opening the view and the lens towards a greater urban and district level can provide the opportunities. And for example, Paris, already a very well-established thermal network in the city, also using different planning options, but sometimes expansion is emphasized. For example, Copenhagen is emphasizing climate neutral district heating and also emphasizing the flexibility options in there. So the mitigation options, yes, they are changing from urban area to urban area, but the general trend is how urban areas can enable more integrated solutions that will not look beyond, a particular sector perspective. And especially, this can be an opportunity for the climate neutral mission under the European Green Deal. And I believe that will be also shared in the upcoming weeks or months maybe. But there has been quite some effort and preparation for preparing what should be the information given to urban areas to guide them in this climate neutrality target. So once the target is adopted, the implementation and the authorization of that target is very important, and for them to consider the mitigation solutions that will provide the best and most effective solutions. And this is mostly at the integrated solution level.
Thank you very much. Excellent lecture. Thank you all. And I close this session now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nije baš neki termin, ni za njega, ni za naše. Mislim da možemo krenuti. Pa čuj koliko ima još jedno 10. Ma da, dok ja pročitam ovoga. Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It is my great pleasure and honor to announce invited lecture, Flexibility and Resilience from Multi-Energy Systems by Professor Pierluigi Mancarella. Professor Mancarella.
Hello, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening to me and good afternoon to you. Thank you.
Okay. Professor Pierluigi Mancarella is Chair Professor of Electrical Power Systems at the University of Melbourne, Australia, and Professor of Smart Energy Systems at the University of Manchester. He received his master and PhD in power systems from the Politecnico di Torino, Italy, before working as a postdoc researcher at Imperial College London. Professor Mancarella has also held a visiting position at NRL USA, at Tsinghua University, China, École Centrale de Lille, France, ENTE in Norway, and Universitat de Chile, Chile. His research interests include techno-economic modeling of integrated multi-energy system, technical and commercial integration of renewables and distributed energy resources, security, reliability and resilience of future networks, and energy infrastructure planning under uncertainty. He has been involved in around 50 research projects worldwide, is author of several books and over 300 research publications, and is an editor of the IEEE transaction of power system, IEEE transaction on smart grid, and IEEE systems journal. Professor Pierluigi is the Energy System Program lead of the Melbourne Energy Institute and IEEE Power and Energy Society Distinguished Lecturer, the convener of the CIGRE Working Group on Flexibility Provision from Distributed Energy Resources, holds the 2017 WESCI Innovation Fellowship by the Victorian government for his project on urban scale virtual power plants. He is a recipient of an international Newton Prize 2018 for his work on power system resilience in Chile. Pierluigi led the Melbourne Energy Institute's work power system security assessment of the future national electricity market for the Australian chief scientist Finkel review in 2017, and is currently supporting technical and market developments in Australia, working closely with the Australian energy market operator and the Australian Energy Market Commission. He's also leading the energy system modeling activities in the Future Fuels Cooperative Research Center, developing an integrated electricity, gas, hydrogen modeling tool to assess and plan for future energy scenarios in Australia. Professor Mancarella, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Professor, for your kind introduction, and let me thank you also for the invitation. It's really a great pleasure and honor to be able to have such an opportunity to be able to share some of our research in this field of integrated energy systems, and particularly the way that integrated energy systems could provide currently and in the future flexibility and resilience to renewables-dominated power and energy system overall. Somehow this is like going back to the origins for me, because I'm a power system engineer, but then I did my PhD on integrated energy systems indeed, and it was interesting because about 15 years ago, at the time of my PhD, there was really very little interest, I'd say, in this kind of topic, and then obviously now it's become much more important. That's why I also like to refer to this somehow like a back to the future in several ways, but in this particular case is because I like to think that technologies that we basically talk about now every day are coming from space, and I don't know if any of you could recognize these pictures, but what I'm showing here on the left is effectively the fuel cell of the Apollo 11, the moon landing mission. So this is the fuel cell that allowed the man to land on the moon, effectively. And then we have the solar PVs powering the Hubble telescope orbiting around the world. And again, this is like, now we talk basically every day about hydrogen and about solar PV, and not only in technical environments. I mean, we see this pretty much in the news. It was a recent news the other day in Australia that the largest multi-gigawatt hydrogen plant is going to be built in Queensland, and literally everyone is now talking about it. So this great technology is somehow coming from space and projecting us into the future, and let's try to understand better what the role is in terms of integrating the systems also to allow us a kind of reliable and resilient transition, so including aspects of system supports, really, which is what I would like to highlight today in my talk. And in a way, the starting point of this is try to understand the way that the system operates today in terms of market services, and what's going to happen in the next few years if the provision of the services somehow change because of the general environment that is changing. And in fact, currently, the main providers of system services, by system services I really mean general ways of providing flexibility as that capacity to respond to any kind of imbalances in terms of supply and demand in the system. So who is providing this flexibility, and then with flexibility, ability to control the system, ability to respond to issues, and also ability to provide security and longer-term reliability. This is literally in the hands of a few, or historically has been in the hands of a few conventional generators, particularly gas turbines, then hydro turbines, and combined cycle gas turbines and all that. So there's a bit of flexibility coming from other things, such as CHP with storage, but it's really relatively limited on a global scale. Of course, you can also import flexibility, import-export flexibility. You can borrow and lend flexibility from other countries or regions in general through interconnectors. Now, what is happening in the current situation is that with more and more renewables coming to the system, they are literally economically displacing many of the conventional power plants outside the market. And in many countries, of course, there's not too much hydro, so hydro cannot be sort of generalized as a source of flexibility. So on the other hand, we have like pretty much gas present in most countries. And these power plants, also because of very recent high prices and issues like this, that as you would be very well aware, obviously in Europe and internationally. Now, many of these power plants that historically provide flexibility are now, as I said, disappearing from the system because they're being economically displaced. Very soon, also, coal will be out of the system. And many of you say, well, actually, coal should be out of the system before gas. Yes, but the reality is that in some countries, for example, in Australia, where there is not really a strong price signal for carbon, effectively coal is so cheap that probably it will be also the last kind of fossil fuel generation to get out of the market. In fact, this is what's happening. In any case, in the longer term, we would expect that there would be like fewer and fewer power plants based on fossil fuels in the system. Therefore, we're going to provide the reliability and flexibility services that have somehow kept the lights on until now. If this is not fixed on time, actually there is a big risk of this kind of risk, literally, potential blackouts and panic. And if you think that is somehow an extreme position, a little bit pessimistic and all that, the reality is that this is not at all a far future. And as a matter of fact, it's already happened. Because if you look at, for example, several situations around the world, and I'm highlighting here one specific situation that happened in Australia in September 2016, where there was a blackout in South Australia due to extreme penetration of renewables, a scarcity of frequency control services to support the system, and then extreme weather events, and basically it all escalated into a blackout in state. So as I was saying, this is not something that is a far future, actually it's already part of the past. And as you can imagine, in a country like Australia, that is one of the richest in the world economically, but also one of the richest in the world from a point of view of energy resources, because literally in Australia there is infinite sun, infinite wind, and incredible resources of like coal and gas and all that. So the public opinion starts really wondering what's happening, how is it possible that we have a blackout in a rich, in every sense, country like Australia. So this somehow itself tells the difficulty of the transition whereby somehow the technologies are changing, but the system and the market to operate the technologies is actually not up to speed with the technology change. And again, this is particularly evident in Australia, where there is the largest penetration level in the world of solar rooftop PV, for example, but there is incredible difficulty in managing now the voltages in distribution networks, for example. So what do we do to support this transition towards a renewable-based kind of net zero energy system without affecting significantly the reliability of supply? Effectively, we need more new sources of flexibility, and this source of flexibility could potentially come again from new technologies. And in fact, after South Australia blackout 2016, many of you will be aware that Elon Musk literally by treaty with the South Australia Premier sold to the government the at the time largest scale battery in the world. So was like it is still operating 100 megawatts, about under 50 megawatt hour of energy capacity. And the idea was that the battery, with its speed of response, would support the flexible operation of a power system dominated by renewables, as it is in South Australia, that literally today runs with 90%, 95%, basically 100% renewables, if you also include energy that is exported to the rest of the country. So these batteries, given their capability to provide very fast frequency response, in fact, has been able to stabilize the system and provide a number of system services. So many would think that with a future like this, where batteries are the ones providing system services and balancing and flexibility in general, the problem of a low-carbon energy system dominated by renewables and balanced by battery storage would have been pretty much resolved. Unfortunately, we would like to really think it is like this, but the problem is actually much bigger, the challenge is much bigger because of a number of reasons. First of all, that if you really look at what kind of storage, how much storage, and what kind of storage we need, it is not too clear, of course, but certainly is not going to be only batteries. As an example, this is a study that we did some time ago with several colleagues, looking at different countries or different regions around the world, like Europe, US, and Germany. And what we did was we basically surveyed a number of studies looking at, based on modeling, studies, analysis, literature review, that these other studies had done, what the kind of the feelings literally were about how much storage, what kind of storage would be needed by increasing penetration levels of renewables. And if you take, for example, Europe as a case here, so looking at the first column here in this picture, for different penetration levels of renewables, from 25% to 100%, if you look at what the different studies indicated in terms of power capacity, different sources will have different assumptions, different scenarios and all that. However, the general agreement would be that the number of devices and overall the volume of storage in terms of power capacity we need would tend to grow linearly with the penetration level of renewables. On the other hand, when you looked at the energy capacity that would be needed with increased penetration levels, this would somehow saturate in this picture, so we have this kind of behavior. However, the scale here is logarithmic. So effectively, this means that when you look at the relationship between power and energy for increasing penetration levels, while power grows linearly, energy requirements for storage with more and more renewables would tend to grow exponentially. Now, of course, this would depend on a number of other factors, including is it distributed renewables, large-scale renewables. However, the trend is somehow remarkably clear. All studies would agree that we need more and more energy to support system operation. And this is what somehow is motivating lots of discussions about seasonal storage, for example, different ways, and the fact that it's very difficult today to store electricity at scale and this kind of energy storage rather than capacity storage. So batteries at the moment can't do this. Of course, flow batteries could do this more and more. But when we start talking about weeks and maybe months of energy storage, the only real solution we have at the moment is pumped hydro. Of course, again, pumped hydro is not available in all countries. And again, the scale that we may need may not be available throughout the world unless we do a number of things. The other big challenge that we see in the energy transition is the fact that while many of us, and again, particularly I'm coming from a power system background, but no, the general discussions would really be centered around decarbonization of electricity. We're saying while we focus so much on electricity, effectively in most countries, particularly in Europe, electricity is really a tiny bit. And I'm taking here the example of the UK, where this is the Sankey diagram of the UK energy system. And as you would see from the Sankey diagram, the input energy vectors, Sankey diagram, would be primarily based on fossil fuels. Even electricity, really, even with lots of wind available today in the UK, there is solar, but I mean, I don't want to make bad jokes. Obviously, there's not too much sun in the UK. However, there is lots of solar PV still in the UK. However, let's say the big energy really comes from wind. And I think it's like in the order of 30% already today. But still, no, we're only talking about electricity. So 30% of electricity, when electricity, if you look at the Sankey diagram, is this kind of pinkish part, which is about 20-25%. Everything else is actually heating and transport. So there is this kind of greenish color here that is transport, and there is this purple color that is heating. So heating would be primarily supplied by gas, and transport would be primarily supplied by oil products, of course. So the big challenge is really not so much then how do you decarbonize electricity, but rather how do you decarbonize the heating and transport. As a matter of fact, when I started many years ago now, my first job in Imperial College, I was really somehow tasked to develop models of the heating system in the UK and try to understand how to decarbonize the heating system in the UK. And after 15 years, it's still very difficult. I mean, there is no clear pathway towards the heating decarbonization. The gas network is still there, particularly important, and now in the big news, as you know, because of the skyrocketing gas prices. So we are somehow still, navigating through lots of difficulties here. And then much of the philosophy that is going on now, and to be honest, has been going on for a decade at least, is to decarbonize all energy vectors, and this idea of coupling the system by electrification. Now, it's great, and that is why we talk about somehow electric vehicles, electric heat pumps more and more, because again, the philosophy would be, if we manage to decarbonize electricity, then we electrify heating and transport, therefore we should be able to somehow decarbonize the whole energy sector. That is a compelling story, very, very interesting. However, there are other challenges behind the story. The challenges are really part of the engineering, the real world engineering, and it's got to do with the numbers, really. So while the philosophy works very well, when you look at the numbers, numbers may be scary. And if you look at, for example, the magnitude of the problem of electrifying heating in the UK, that's, we talk about the blue sort of curves here, this blue band that you see is effectively the actual electricity consumption, which is in the order of 60 gigawatts of peak demand. And then you see the consumption of heating, and it goes in the order of 250 gigawatts. That's a gigawatt of heat. Of course, no, you can't measure this because it's really based on gas consumption, and you can only measure gas on a sort of daily basis. So this is effectively a model that was built, those times, about a decade ago, as I said, when we were really studying in Imperial College decarbonization of heating for the first time. But it's a model that then has been demonstrated to be quite realistic, and many other models after this one showed somehow similar numbers. So when you got to like 250 gigawatts of peak demand for heat, I know it's pretty cold in winter in the UK, so the performance of air source heat pumps are not great. Ground source heat pumps cannot be put anywhere, so everywhere. So still the additional capacity that you would need to supply the heat demand if this was electrified would be very, very substantial. Pretty much at least doubling the infrastructure. And of course, also the heating system is very peaky because it's very seasonal, and even in the UK, there's really not much requirement for heat in summer. This is like primarily hot water, domestic hot water would see in summer. So you have a huge system to cover the peaks in winter, and then pretty much underutilized in summer. Somehow, all of these discussions and complexity have been motivated over the past years. The idea that perhaps rather than electrification, which is of course a big part of the story, we should more seriously thinking of energy system integration. So this concept of multi-energy system rather than just electrification energy systems. And while you do this, understand better how you really perform sector coupling by understanding all the synergies across sectors and all the synergies across multiple energy vectors, including vectors that you need to deliver to support different forms of industry development. When I think of energy vectors or products in general, like hydrogen, ammonia, they also big part of current or future energy heavy industries. So they're really sort of parts, more and more parts of the big picture, together with, I don't want to say as opposed to, but somehow along with the idea of the electrification. So again, it's integration rather than electrification, probably the way forward if you really want to tackle seriously this kind of problem. Because if you just said, let's electrify everything, and you look at this kind of picture and say, well, we don't know how to do it. And I know many would say, okay, but you need to insulate buildings and all that. That is great, but it's still philosophy. The moment that you really try to do it, and you look at the number of buildings you build, the number of buildings that exist, how pressing climate change is, we won't make it. So I think we really need to look into somehow something different. Again, this integration that has been, of course, very much supported in the past years by the European Commission is really something we need to look at more and more seriously. And again, this idea of multi-energy system is effectively a scalable way to look at any kind of energy system, from buildings to districts to cities to regions, in a way that you try to optimally couple networks, sectors, markets, and then you try to understand better how you can push their development in an optimized way. There are, of course, many benefits and many topics that you could study in the context of energy systems, including the economics, the performance, environmental performance, all that. In the context of this lecture here, it's flexibility, one of the key aspects that I would like to highlight, because effectively the moment that you couple the electricity system with everything else, and you need to balance the electricity system with renewables, then you can really access lots of flexibility from other energy vectors because of kind of virtual storage capabilities that you could find in other energy vectors. And of course, back to the idea of, do we use batteries, do you use other forms of storage? The beauty of the story is that effectively you may access flexibility in other energy systems at a much cheaper cost than, for example, if we were to use more batteries or other forms of storage. Of course, what is flexibility when we think of these multi-energy systems? Because for electricity, it's a little bit more intuitive. But what is flexibility when we look at multi-energy system perspective? Again, just going not by the definitions, but by intuition, like the idea would be, could other energy systems and vectors support the operation of the electricity system in terms of provide more quickly, more efficiently, more cheaply supply and demand balance? And then on the opposite direction, could the lack of flexibility in other energy systems constrain the operation of the power system, the electric power system? In this presentation here, we focus very much on the first part, although of course also the first part. The second question, that of the flexibility constraints onto the electricity system, is another very important question. So looking at the future, and I will give a more formal definition of flexibility later. Look at the future, what happens is that instead of having batteries, the moment that you look at this energy system integration and sector coupling, you would notice that on the sort of demand side, you have a number of opportunities to provide flexibility in heating, in cooling, in transport, in future fuels when it starts looking more seriously at hydrogen. And I know that other distinguished speakers before me have actually already discussed this during the conference. So in the big picture of the future, this kind of, we will see more and more of this kind of situations where flexibility will be coming from a number of distributed devices, including like electric vehicles and homes, when you look at electrification of heating and cooling, of course, trying to balance the rest of the system. And then, as I will mention later on, from a larger scale perspective, there is the new option of integration, creation and integration of hydrogen, particularly green hydrogen, to support the decarbonization of the whole energy system. But I will touch this in a second. So as I was saying, how do we model flexibility from a multi-energy system perspective? So in recent work that we did, that was published in the proceedings of the IEEE, we actually tried to provide a general framework, a general discussion about flexibility in multi-energy systems, including a quite articulated mathematical model. And the main idea is really that you need to look at the interfaces across energy systems through a kind of multi-energy node perspective, where this multi-energy node effectively allows conversions across multiple energy vectors and storage across multiple energy vectors. And then when you write the mathematical model, I put here a couple of equations, but because I don't like equations presentation, I'll just take them out. So when you look at the mathematical model that you can make of the systems, you immediately realize why there is intrinsic flexibility in these multi-energy systems, because effectively you have multiple decision variables inside the system. And also from a mathematical perspective, it naturally emerges that integrated energy systems can actually unlock flexibility when you look at the whole system perspective, and in particular from the point of view of providing flexibility to the power system to balance a renewables-dominated power system. If you are interested in this kind of topic, I invite you to have a look at this paper, because there is quite an interesting number of findings there, because effectively you can demonstrate mathematically how when you start coupling energy systems, and in this case, I'm showing here, again, I don't pretend to be able to explain this because I will need 30 minutes just to explain this picture. However, I would like to convey the message here that when you couple different multi-energy devices, in this case I'm coupling combined heat and power plant, a boiler, an electric heat pump, and a power to gas device. So pretty much devices that are coupling electricity, heat and gas in different ways, in different way of exchanging sort of energy products and energy vectors. So when you build a model of this, and effectively this becomes part of an energy hub, the more devices you integrate from different energy vectors, the bigger your feasibility space of what you could do with the energy system would be. Of course, you say, well, it's obvious you're adding more devices. No, but the very interesting thing is that when you look at the areas, if you associate the areas in these planes, which, for example, you can look at heat and power, and then you say the areas of this heat and power combination is effectively somehow a representation of flexibility of my system. So the very interesting thing that you will find is that if you, for example, combine the red area here, which is electric heat pump and power to gas, and then the purple area here, which is combined heat and power and auxiliary boiler, the aggregated area coming from the combination is actually much larger than the sum of the two areas. And the more you integrate, and the more actually you combine different energy vectors, the larger this area is, which is again a metric indicating flexibility of the system. So this to say that you basically unlock more and more flexibility by integrating energy systems, because again, the area is somehow greater than the sum of the individual areas. And this effectively comes from the mathematical properties of aggregating systems. And mathematically, this exercise can actually be done through Minkowski summation. It's a vector summation. It's a kind of mathematically. It's interesting how this is built, because it's a multi-dimensional summation. That's why somehow you generate this additional flexibility. Anyway, I mean, apart from sort of very interesting mathematical principles, again, the message I hope is clear. By integration, you unlock flexibility. You literally create flexibility, and even we don't realize it, actually it's there, and there is huge opportunities. Of course, then we need to understand what we would do with this flexibility, and there are a number of use cases, a number of options available. One of them is, of course, for example, the idea of providing arbitrage between different energy vectors. For example, swapping electricity and gas at times of a specific times. For example, when electricity were to be very cheap because there are lots of renewables in the system, you would like to use this renewable electricity at low cost to produce both locally electricity and, of course, heat. But there are also times when electricity might become very expensive, or when electrification would not be suitable because, for example, it would be very cold. Therefore, you can switch to gas support, or in general, kind of a hybrid system with both gas and electricity. And this integrated gas air source heat pumps, somehow hybrid heat pumps with a gas boiler top-up is one of the prevailing options that is being considered in the UK to decarbonize the heating sector, while not completely killing the electricity system by having to overinvest into electricity capacity for heating electrification. And in fact, in the model that we did some time ago, studying sort of whole system integrated electricity, heat and gas systems in the UK, we sort of studied that there would be huge potential in pretty much avoiding about 1/4 of investment into peaking capacity and network reinforcement the moment that we kept the gas network operating as a form of top-up. And then you need to understand well the utilization, the gas network, and how you price it. But again, it's probably much better than have to overinvest into an electricity system to supply the peak demand when it's really, really cold. Of course, then once you have all this heating and interaction between electricity and heat, you can think of using thermal storage more and more, not only as a sort of formal storage like hot water tanks in short term, and then longer term you could do for long duration storage different things, but also literally just using the building fabrics as a form of relatively short-term flexibility, because effectively in this very simple representation here, you can use a house, a building, as a virtual battery. From a power system perspective, there is no difference between having a battery that discharges at a certain time when it's needed and then recharges later on, or having an electric heat pump that, with respect to a baseline, stops operating when there is a requirement for flexibility in the system. So you see this not operating the heat pump being switched off or being ramped down. It's literally equivalent to having a battery discharging into the system. And then, of course, the heat pump will have to somehow recharge the energy that has been discharged, because in the meantime, for example, if you were heating the system, the temperature would have gone down. Therefore, you will need to re-establish the temperature level in your building, and this would be done through some form of energy payback. This is literally equivalent to recharging a battery. The only difference being that this is now a virtual battery. It's really your building, and you're using thermal inertia in a building fabric to deal with this. It's also interesting to see that this virtual battery seems to have an efficiency higher than 100%, because effectively you charge much less than you discharge. Of course, we're not, the thermodynamic laws, are still there. We're not forgetting them. The reality is that in the meantime, you have lost lots of comfort. You have lost temperature. So when you look at the thermodynamic boundaries of the problem, you should also include the temperature lost while you were discharging the battery, which of course would add to sort of overall energy balance. And that's why somehow we also talk about building to grid flexibility or also comfort to power arbitrage. Because effectively, when you provide this flexibility from buildings, what you do is you again swap your comfort for power that somehow you provide to the power system. And when you start looking at all these different options, it becomes quite fascinating, or different things that you could do. Now, is it only distributed energy systems, or actually can also be, for example, opportunities for looking at large-scale integration of different types of resources? What I did here, I somehow put the same picture as the Sankey diagram for UK, only I did it for Australia. And if you look at Australia, the picture is completely different, because effectively, first of all, what you see is that the majority of the energy is actually exported. In fact, Australia is one of the largest energy exporters in the world. And particularly, there is lots of course, coal being exported, but also lots of uranium, for example. And it's interesting because in Australia there is no nuclear industry, but it's a major exporter of uranium. And then when you look at the different consumptions, again, there is a little bit of everything. And historically, Australia has been a very big polluter, and only recently there are big pushes towards decarbonization. And at the moment, decarbonization is huge in the sense that, for example, if you look at distributed systems or rooftop PV, there are areas where basically, like as I was mentioning in South Australia, it's close to 100% generation from solar at times. But now, if you look at this picture, the inspiration of this picture, similar to how the inspiration of the UK Sankey diagram is that we can try to electrify everything to deal with issues of decarbonizing heating and transport, but then this brings issues. So the inspiration of this picture here is that we could try to actually turn from an exporter of fossil fuels into an exporter of clean energy. This is because, again, Australia, besides being very rich in coal and gas, is also infinitely rich, I would say, in solar energy and wind energy. So the very nice philosophical idea here was effectively, let's take all this electricity potential coming from renewables in terms of gas, solar and wind. Let's produce clean fuels, green fuels like hydrogen, ammonia, all that, and then let's export it. And so basically shifting from fossil fuels exports to clean energy export, which is again fascinating, but there are lots of steps in between. And then the very first steps would be, let us try to understand, first of all, how we can create this green hydrogen, and we could use somehow which areas you could do it, particularly areas of electricity curtailment with massive, in this region I'm lighting here, in Victoria, one of the states of Australia, this is like the area of Melbourne. There are major curtailments of wind power because of severe network constraints. So the idea was, let's try to understand how much hydrogen, green hydrogen, we could get from otherwise curtailed energy. And then let's try to study how much of this hydrogen here that would be how much of this wind and solar will have to be curtailed because of network constraints could actually be turned into hydrogen. Then the next step would be, can we use the current gas network to inject, for example, hydrogen into the existing infrastructure and study to what extent we'll do it. So the project that was mentioned during the kind introduction that we are supporting is effectively we have modeled the whole electricity and gas systems of Victoria and Australia. Now, we have studied the injection of hydrogen into the infrastructure, try to understand the capabilities. And what happens is that effectively, not all the hydrogen can be, of course, injected into a system, because you need to look at a number of constraints, real engineer constraints, and then you really need to look in all the details, for example, the proximity of the two infrastructure to do this, what are the gas flows, what are the electricity flows, and we had to develop quite some sophisticated tools for industry to actually be able to understand whether this was feasible, where electrolyzers should be put, and all this kind of big questions. Of course, in the longer term, then there may be some thoughts about also using the gas infrastructure as a seasonal storage somehow, and we did this work years ago already for the UK National Grid, looking at the gas, the huge gas reservoirs and the huge gas capabilities that the gas network has got in the UK. They tried to understand if we could actually use the gas network as a seasonal storage by the moment that you would inject hydrogen into the system. Since then, I think the thinking is now evolving, probably looking more into use of hydrogen storage potentially on its own rather than through the gas infrastructure. However, the idea of how you could potentially convert the gas infrastructure to support hydrogen development is still there, and in fact there are a number of studies, including from ourselves, going on in the UK and in Australia to understand this kind of infrastructure developments. Now, in all of this, can we also think of a way that is coming next somehow with extreme situations that might arise, so-called black swan events, whereby energy system integration could support overall the operation, the development of the system? Well, the answer is that if you look at the resilience, so-called resilience trilemma, the ability of the system to respond to extreme events, classical system would be made stronger or bigger. The reality is that we're looking more and more into making systems smarter. And integration of energy systems is really a way to bring smartness because of the flexibility that we could access that I just mentioned. So that same flexibility that can help us in operation for integrating renewables actually can also help us in dealing with very extreme events. And this can be done at different scales. For example, could be done in a distributed way, whereby the use of multi-energy microgrids with integrated electricity, heat, maybe in the future hydrogen, could effectively provide a very significant resource the moment that you had the major issues in distribution networks, for example, the likes of extreme weather events, bushfires like in Australia and unfortunately many other countries and all that. So the more and more you integrate systems, effectively they can become flexible and autonomous, can also be able to provide system resilience to, in response to extreme events. And when you look at these large-scale developments, interesting work that we've done recently is to show how hydrogen electrolyzers, at the moment that they would be put in the system, could actually provide frequency control ancillary services and support in the case of very extreme events that were to lead to frequency collapse. Somehow, very similar things that happened in South Australia during the blackout. We basically studied how electrolyzers that are being developed to produce green hydrogen could actually support the operation of the extreme or the electricity system to provide this kind of resilience services. And it's very interesting how effectively large-scale electrolyzers could, at least the ones based on PEM, given the very fast response, could actually support greatly the operation of the system, certainly better than synchronous generators, and to a large extent as batteries would do. With the difference, of course, that electrolyzer would be there to produce hydrogen, to sort of do a number of other things, whereas batteries would be really there just to play arbitrage in a way. What comes next is trying to really bring together theoretical aspects of optimization and control with the more commercial aspects, and somehow try to understand how conceptually we move from a system that is completely disaggregated, as we have today, where you tend to optimize individually systems such as power, gas, put here water as an example, to a system that ideally would be integrated into one in terms of optimization, control, market operation. However, this kind of picture here is more like a theoretical ideal sort of target. It's not really feasible, including because of the technical, the commercial, any kind of complexity we see in this picture. So it's much more likely that what we need to look at is the way that we integrate energy systems, and somehow we can integrate and support their development through by optimizing their interaction. So rather than just say we model one system, we build a super system, supermarket, and all that. The next step is we try to understand how we can still operate the individual systems individually somehow. I don't want to say independent because it would not be independent. However, the secret here is really how we build the cross interaction from a technical perspective and an economic perspective is really what I'm trying to say, given the difficulty of doing this at scale. And of course, we're working towards that direction, and there's lots of research and lots of developments also in the market being supported by the European Commission in particular that is aimed at doing that. So just to conclude, I think, if anything else, the key takeaways are really that what I'm trying to say here, that the moment that we integrate energy systems, there is huge flexibility that can be extracted from other energy vectors and sectors. It's not only batteries, it's a lot more. And of course, this integration is also needed because of the need for decarbonizing the whole energy system. The idea of having multi-energy system at different scales, buildings, cities, regions, is actually very realistic. It's completely scalable. And once we are able to access this flexibility and model this flexibility technically, which pretty much we've already done, we are understanding better and better how to do this in a commercial environment. I think the next step is really, I think much of the focus in the next 5 or 10 years is really on this very last point here, where we really need to look at a regulatory market, a policy framework to create the right price signals to operate these energy systems that somehow we try to integrate. However, as I said, they're still operating independent in a way. So how do we create these right price signals for them to interact in an optimal way? I think that is the big challenge, and I'm very pleased somehow that much research is going in that direction. And just to conclude my presentation, I would like to conclude with a statement. It's a little bit of a strange English, but it's not my English. Water will one day be employed as fuel. Hydrogen and oxygen, which constitute it, used singly or together, will furnish an inexhaustible source of heat and light of an intensity of which coal is not capable. Again, the English is a little bit difficult to understand. It would say it's not even proper English today. Then he goes on, someday the coal rooms of steamers and the tenders of locomotives will, instead of coal, be stored with these two condensed gases, which will burn in the furnaces with enormous calorific power. So effectively, we are plotting here the picture of water being used to generate energy. And clearly, we're talking about hydrogen here. And in spite of the very bad English, I don't think that we could criticize too much Jules Verne when he said this in The Mysterious Island in 1874. And then in the same kind of vision, I want to mention what the chief scientist of Australia recently said. For the anxious progress towards a hydrogen future is too slow, but look back a few decades from now and history will record the hydrogen industry as an overnight success. And I would just like to say that this is not because I myself a big promoter of hydrogen, but because I just like big visions. And it's fascinating to have a look at what Jules Verne said 150 years ago, what is being said today. I think that at this point only sky is the limit, and there is a big need for this kind of big visions to fight climate change, as we all know. Thank you. That's my my contribution to the conference. Thanks again for the invitation.
Thank you very much for excellent presentation. We now have time for 1-2 small questions from auditorium. Please, question.
Hi, Pierluigi. Thanks. Yannick here. Good to see you, and thanks for using our figure on the storage needs.
Yannick, yeah, great figure.
A question on 2 buzzwords, hydrogen and resilience. How important is hydrogen for that? What's the role of hydrogen in the task towards more resilience? And maybe connecting it to your last slide, what market incentives do we need to make that happen? How versatile in terms of multi-services should hydrogen become?
Yeah, all right, okay. Thanks, Jan. There are many questions in there. So let's say how important hydrogen is. The answer is I don't know. That's why I think we're doing all this work really supported in Australia by industry, because I think they really need the answers. And so the model we're doing is really somehow to give them the best possible capabilities to come up with answers. In the context of Australia, I think it's a little bit different, because I think that there is a real opportunity there for hydrogen export, the moment that you could find, of course, suitable partners for these exports. In the broader energy context in different countries, I think it becomes somehow specific to different countries. The idea of having long-term storage, of course, is very important, and hydrogen seems particularly suitable. But then there may also be other solutions, and of course the discussion always is saying maybe we should just keep a few gas turbines running to provide, for example, resilience when there was no wind or no sun for a couple of weeks, and then we will have to pay them properly, some kind of capacity mechanism in a way, and then maybe we do that, we avoid all these other big issues of thinking of changing completely the energy system for hydrogen and all that. However, really, at the moment, we do not have the tools yet. This is the point to really provide this answer. That's why there is, again, lots of research going on, and I'm very happy, actually, there is all this research going on. And in terms of resilience means several things. But in general, when you look at extreme weather events, from sort of very severe weather to, again, no wind, no sun, many weeks, the point is really that if you rely only on one energy vector, more and more on electricity, and renewables, of course, are weather-driven, it becomes very, very risky, because now you will have a completely dominated, a system is completely dominated by weather. At the moment that the weather, is volatile and everything else, we can have challenges that we have not seen yet, because we don't have this sort of only one vector, to do everything. So the idea of having a sort of suite of energy vectors, so a kind of energy system integration to provide resilience to extreme weather events in different ways, or extreme events in general, I think it's quite a strong story. However, mine is more like a feeling, and there is a little bit of work done here, but I think there is a lot of research to be done. And then when you look at the economics of this, to get to your last point, how you price this, I think that we have the mathematical techniques to do this. we do not have yet, I think, the right projects and the right support, probably from government and regulators, to really start trialing this. I'm only aware of 1 or 2 projects in Europe that really try to make this step of understanding deeply the economics, the commercial aspects, the market aspects of the energy system integration. That's why I said I think it's the challenge on the next 5 or 10 years. So I hope I was somehow answering the multiple questions that you gave me very quickly.
Okay, thank you. Any short question? Professor Duić.
Thank you. In Northern and Central Europe and also in China, we use quite a lot of district heating. And we see in storing hot water a way how to resolve the problem of higher heat peaks compared to electricity peak. I guess Australia is not very heavy on heating, so I would not see that you have a much bigger problem than we have. So how would you compare storing heat or hot water instead of using hydrogen for heating peaks?
Yeah, thanks for the question. No, there's not really much heating here in Australia. You're absolutely right. However, still, I think the thermal storage would be very useful at times of peak demands, because even in Australia, in Victoria, the studies that we ran show that having thermal storage can help a lot the moment you start electrifying the gas system, which is still relatively noticeable in some areas of Australia. I completely agree with you in terms of the importance of hot water in district heating systems. The problem is really where you do not have district heat systems. For example, in the UK, they're not there. It is very, very expensive to build them. And that's where you really need to look into other solutions. I think that's where hydrogen again comes back, because if you got district heating, thermal storage and all that, you actually have already some options. Maybe they are at the moment under-deployed, but those options are there. Where you do not have district heating for different reasons, because there's not a big requirement of heating, or because historically they've not been there like in the UK, then it becomes a lot more difficult. And again, hydrogen is one of those components that could play a significant role. And again, going back to the point of saying it really becomes case specific when we talk about hydrogen.
Okay, thank you. Have we question online?
Thanks. So one question. How do you account for the climatic factor in your model?
The climatic factor. So what is the climatic factor? It seems like pretty... Not sure I get the question. Was like, could you please elaborate? What do you mean by climatic factor?
Okay, the follow-up of the question is, for regions such as the seas, with the cold climate and rich fossil fuel resources, the combination mechanism with the gas boiler for decarbonization is interesting. The person asking the question also has the reports on case studies for calculation of such systems in case of Kazakhstan, for example.
Yeah, it seems like a common model question. Yeah, I agree. I think, again, if you have lots of gas, of course, we need to decarbonize. But when you look at the sort of trade-off between investing into new infrastructure and making things really, really expensive and use the current infrastructure, I think the idea of using gas boilers to top up this kind of hybrid energy system becomes very appealing, because again, the money you do not have to invest into additional requirements for infrastructure can be invested into other technologies for decarbonization. So it's really a matter of allocation of budgets and optimal use of resources. So I agree that whatever is possible should be done.
Okay. Professor Mancarella, thank you very much for your participation on SDEWES conference, on excellent lecture, and apologize for this termin. I think that in Australia is Friday, yes?
No, there's no problem. It's absolutely fine. Thanks for the invitation. It's been an honor to be here. Thanks so much.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you for the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation on the lecture.
Thank you. Do you know, are you presenting first or? Third one, okay. It's LTSS, right? Oh, it's not on the screen. It's L. Yeah. Great. Oh, fourth. Okay.
Vlado, koliko nam je ljudi došlo?
Koliko prezentacija?
Prezentera?
Troje za sad.
Ok.
Mislim da je troje.
Aha. Ok. Dobro, sastavni jedan od prezentera. Bravo, samo ih porede. Kako su nam, koji nam je došao, odnosno koji su došli, koji nisu?
Tek sam jednu za se zapisao, ovi dečki mi imaju...
Znači ovo ti je popis, pa složi ih po redu, znači da vidimo ono, da li su, da li ona prva, druga, treća.
Guys, are you... Bring... You are Miss Piselli, if I remember correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm the second one.
Second one.
Does the pointer work in this room?
Yes, I fixed it. I fixed it. It was my mistake. So.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
So it's this one.
Yeah.
Your presentation is number.
Number 2. The second one.
Oh, this guy is number 4. I made a mistake. Oh, благодаря.
Should be Andreas presentation.
It's your
third. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give you back the USB.
Oh, yes.
Could you just open the file in order to check if they works or not?
Yes, I can.
Yes, mine doesn't work. I don't see anything.
But I don't think it's about us. I think it's about the system. Evo, prostite, dečki. Ne prikazuje nam još uvijek, je li to do nas ili... Super.
And the pointer, if I'm going...
No. Let's see the pointer if it works. Last time we had problems.
The one of this morning that was not...
That's the one. Basically, I changed the batteries, but after that I saw that I took the used batteries, so it's my mistake. And I'm really sorry for one guy had problems with the changing slides.
But even